Well, golly gee willikers, it's April 20th, 2023, and that means that your host, Dr. Gratu Orloff, has turned 58. As of 4:20 a.m. this morning, I turned 58. So that was, I looked at my birth certificate, and I was born at 4:20 a.m. on 4/20/1965. So it's the big birthday celebration here on the Tomb of Terror in color. And isn't that exciting? So, 0 people watching, so that's always a good start. So, kind of messy in here. I'm trying to aim the camera so you don't see the mess as much. Let's scoot the chair over a little bit. Yes, indeed. Well, now there's one person watching. Steve, Charlton 66, sent me a wonderful present yesterday. So I'll show you this. It's a 1957 Chevrolet Suburban, but it's all customized for Frankenstein's monster. Look at that. The Frankenstein's head is painted on the hood. Now, something like this, oh, look at that. Something like this, I'm kind of, I don't like to keep toys in the boxes. But then you wonder, well, should this be kept in the box? I don't know. You got a cool Frankenstein figure there. I'd like to break that Frankenstein figure out and break the car out. I think it's going to require, it requires a procedure to get these things out of the boxes. You have to have a pair of scissors or an X-Acto blade. You have to have a screwdriver, and that's not something that's fun to watch on a live stream. So I will do that later, and I will put this car proudly on display. And thank you so much, Steve. And he also sent me some plastic sleeves for paperbacks. And then he says there's another package coming. It's supposed to be here before Monday. So there's no telling what that is. Steve is an incredibly generous person. So as far as the other program that I'm creating, my video collage show that I'm doing on DVD-R, two people ordered the set of the first 3, and so I've already recorded those, and then another person ordered the first disc, and I recorded that for him. So now I've got to get the addresses written on the mailers and get them into plastic shells and everything, so I can send them out hopefully tomorrow. So, and then Stanley J. Kirby said that, he wanted to order all of them. And so but he sent me a bunch of cool magazines like Deadly Hands of Kung Fu and all this neat stuff. So I said, here, you can just take 2 of them free. But actually this morning, I made another one. So there's now 7 episodes, and I bet by summer I'll be up to 30 episodes, because I just do it for fun, just creating collages. It's something that I enjoy. So it's a hobby. Unfortunately, yeah, I just make a lot. I get obsessed with things. So 3 people watching. I put the link in the chat if anyone for some reason would want to come on it and talk. Oh, Whip It Last just commented on one of my videos and wished me a happy birthday. Let's see. She's in England, and she's very nice. She's always commenting. And I'll put thanks. I'm on live right now. You should come on. We've never had a guest from England on our show. We've had guests from various parts of the United States and from Canada, but never anyone from England. Let's see. We've got 3 people watching. Of course, it's during the work day. I didn't work today. It's about 3:49 Central Time. Around 5 or 6, my wife and I are going to go eat at the local restaurant, and I guess I'll get some cake there to celebrate my amazing birthday. I've got a bunch of comics here. I had them all laid out to show last night on the 4-Color Fossils show. I look forward to that show every week. It's one of the highlights of my week because I get to hang out with my friends, people that look at comics and pop culture in the same way. They're all relatively the same age as me, and it's just fun. And anyway, the week before last, my wife and I went out to eat, and we were still eating when the 4-Color Fossils show started. And my wife ordered a Shirley Temple drink. And when she got it, it tasted like it had alcohol in it, which is not supposed to be in a Shirley Temple. And and it didn't taste good. And so she asked the lady to make it again, and she brought it back, and it tasted exactly the same. And then, the lady didn't come back to say, well, how was it this time? She just never returned after we got our food. And so my wife just didn't drink it, and she just had a meal without a drink. Then at the end, I said, hey, this wasn't really made quite right. So she took it off the bill. But then my wife was still ticked off because she didn't get a drink during the meal and all that. And so she was in a bad mood. And then I come home, and I want to console her, but then I want to get on the show with my friends. So she says, go on with your friends. And then my computer, this laptop I'm on right now, started acting up, and I tried to log in. I couldn't get past the welcome screen. It would just be a little spinning wheel of death. And it took me an hour to get on. And anyway, I finally get on to the show at the very end. And ouch. And the gentleman in front of me, a cool guy that does auctions, he spent about 20 minutes showing all the books that he was going to be auctioning off the following weekend, which were all books from my childhood, all from about 73. Just like, here's this book, this book, this book, this book. And then I finally got on, and I just the frustration of getting on the computer, the frustration of eating at the restaurant, the frustration of living in Joe Biden's world, the frustration that the condition of the world, and watching comic book collectors on YouTube, not the fossils, but a lot of these people that just want to get slabs and only key issues. And I went off on a network style. What was the name of the guy in Network that just said, I'm mad as hell, I'm not going to take it anymore? Well, I started, I think, something like, I'm Gretsch Werloff, and I hate comic books. I love the old comics, but I'm starting to just hate everything about the modern collecting. And I went off on politics and this and that. I showed a bunch of stuff, as I recall. I don't even really remember. I think if I was watching the show, it would have been highly entertaining. Afterwards, my wife, I went upstairs. We sleep in the attic here, the floor above here. We're on the 3rd floor. this place has 4 floors. There's the basement, which counts as far as there's an elevator, and they count that as floor 1. And then the main floor is second floor, and then this I'm on is the third floor. This is where people traditionally lived in the house. And the fourth floor is the attic, which we've turned into the master bedroom. Anyway, it's all finished up there. Not glamorously, but anyway. So I go up to the master bedroom and I put on the 4-color fossil show, and I said, do you think I went on too long? I asked her, do you think I was too crazy? And so she starts watching it, but she's in a bad mood, and she just says, you're going on your friend's show and you're ranting and raving, and that why don't you should do that on your show. That's not really your place to go on there and vent. I wasn't cursing or anything. At least I hope I wasn't. Anyway, because I try very hard not to curse on Graphic Man's show, because he's a very religious man. He's a very godly man. He's a very nice guy, the nicest guy in the world. And I've been trying not to curse on my show either. I lately. I mean, it's just, I guess in the early shows I thought it was kind of funny, but yeah, whatever. So I show her the show. It's like, and I actually got out, I guess my wife's phone to time, but I said, well, I don't know. So we actually timed Eglantine before me to see how long he went, because it seems like he went about 20 minutes. And then we timed me, and I went longer than 20 minutes. But I guess in my mind, I thought, I usually have 2 turns on the show, and I missed my first turn because all the computer problems, and we were eating in the restaurant and everything. And I thought, well, if I put 2 turns together, then it'll be about the same. I guess I was thinking I'm not going on much longer than the gentleman before me that was showing all his comics that he was going to auction off. So I didn't think it was a big deal. I thought it was kind of like, I kind of wish that performance had been on my channel, because I thought, that this is, and I might have hurt people's feelings, because I was realizing that I look forward to this meeting every week, but it's kind of like an AA meeting. Not that we're alcoholics, but we're comicaholics, and we show each other all these comics that from our childhood or that we found lately. And but it's kind of like in an AA meeting, and everyone's showing, here's a bottle of booze. Look at this bottle of booze. Look at the label. Look at the date on it. It's from 1974. And look at the condition of the label. And then everyone else is going, hey, yeah, that's great. Where'd you get that bottle of booze? It's like, I want to get one just like it. It's like, did you get it from eBay? Did you get it got it at a garage sale? I'm going to get it sent off and get it sealed in plastic and hang it on my wall. And I was using this analogy that it's kind of like an AA meeting where they're showing off alcohol, and we're comic collector addicts, and in today's economy, I don't know, some people may be doing better than me financially. I don't need to be spending a lot of money on comics, and it's complete folly, complete insanity, complete sickness, honestly, because they're about to destroy. I don't know. They're doing everything they can to destroy the country and the whole financial system, and we're looking at comic books. And I just thought I'd do a little comedy routine about that. Maybe that hit too close to home. Whatever. So anyway, I did time myself already because so yesterday I'm in a good mood. Yesterday I'm thinking tomorrow's my birthday. I'm in a good mood today. I'm not going to be the a-hole I was last week venting about stuff. I'm going to be good. And I've got some really cool comics to show which I normally don't have, and it's going to be a great show. And then as I'm going through the show, it seems like it's going great. And then Captain Strangeliffe, a hero of mine that basically started comic books on YouTube, someone I look up to and is a good friend, says, well, at the end of his turn, he says, I don't want to go on for 45 minutes like Gratu. And I was thinking, oh, man. And I spoke up and I said, did I go on that long, Leslie? I knew I didn't go on that long because I'd actually timed myself with my wife, who thought I was nuts. And he says, well, no, actually, you went on for 28 minutes and 30 seconds. And I said, really? And I think that's probably actually right, because I remember that England team had gone on for at least 20 minutes. And then I remember, oh boy, I'm going even more than that, because it seemed like he went on a long time. So I thought, boy, I'm just being an obnoxious bore. And then I said, yeah, that's right. You went on for 28.30 minutes because I had a timer and I was timing you. And I said, oh, really? I said, look, I apologize. I was just ranting about stuff. I thought I was with friends. I don't have that many people to talk to besides my wife and my dog and the cats, that I can vent about the world and everything. And I said, I apologize. I will keep my turns really short this time on tonight's episode. And then he says, no, you don't have to do that. Anyway, then my blood pressure started to go up. And I just said, the heck with this. I come here to be with friends and to have fun, and I just feel like I'm being insulted and I'm being timed. I didn't know I'm being timed. And so I was not my mood completely plummeted, and I was not in the mood to start talking on that show because bad things might have been said, because I'm half Irish, and the Irishman in me, my grandfather was not, my grandfather, there's all kinds of insanity in my head because I'm half Irish on my mom's side and half Irish on my dad's side, and, on my grandmother's side. And I know that's a stereotype that Irishmen are quick to anger, but then my grandfather on my dad's side, he wasn't Irish. He was German Russian, and he was famous historically. You can read about him on the internet for his temper and how, he punched out Casey Stengel, took care of that guy who was rushing the mound because he was a professional baseball player, and shouting insults about his mother and things, very racial insults, to the point where the police just said to my grandfather, hey, you want us to take him under the stands and finish him up? Anyway, all this anger welled up, and I was just like furious. And I was just like, okay, I'm just logging off. I'll go down, brush my teeth, feed the cats. I'll go up, because what the other thing is, my wife wasn't feeling good last night. And she says, go ahead, go on your show. But she was not feeling too good. And I was like, you sure? I mean, I could hang out with you. She says, so I was like feeling a little guilty that I was not hanging out with my wife, and instead I went on to the show. And then I go on there and I get insulted, or I felt like I was getting insulted. So I just clicked off, and then they were just like, well, where did Gratu go? I don't know. Maybe he was insulted. And then, as I'm brushing my teeth, I see that, Drew, don't chew on that stuff. I see that Captain Strangelife's trying to call me and text me, and Eric Breen's sending messages in the chat, hey, don't worry. And so is Graphic Man's trying to, but I'm just, once I'm in that mood, I just don't really, it's hard. It's going to take a few hours. So anyway, Um, I don't know. It hurt my feelings, you know? And I was in a good mood. It's like the day before my birthday, and it really hurt my feelings. You know, I sound like a pussy, I know, but it just, Drew, what's the matter? It hurt my feelings. So, you know, I just went up and hung out with my wife, and then I didn't answer those messages because I didn't know what to say. So Captain Strangelove started texting my wife, and my wife answered back saying, "I don't know what's going on. You know, that whatever." And then Captain Strangelove said, "Well, I'm not going to go back on the Four Color Fossils show for a long time until, you know, because I feel bad, you know." Um, it's like, oh man, I don't want that to happen. Um, and then he goes back on the show about 4 minutes later and says, you know, gee, I don't know what happened. It was just an accident that I recorded him. I was recording myself, and then it just kept going. But there was a whole 20 minute England team showing his comics in between. So that I just don't like being timed. Come on, Drew. Man, I need to give her some more food. So it just hurt my feelings, man. And it's like I'm being timed. Then I'm always going to feel awkward on the show, feeling like somebody's got a timer timing me. And it just, hold on, I'll just take the computer down. I got to get some more dog food. She's like a never ending. She's always eating. So I don't know. I feel like watching what I said the last week to see how obnoxious it must have come across to people, and then maybe I'll understand why. But now I just realize every time I talk on Four Color Fossils, probably people tapping their toes, tapping their feet, and it's like, oh, this guy again. It's like, and then one time that I was on that show, and the Gray Man put in the chat, who I think is great. He's an early YouTuber. He puts in there, stick to talking about comics for fuck's sake, or he puts FFS. And I had to ask my wife, what does FFS mean? She says, that means for fuck's sake. And it's like, man, I come on YouTube for fun, man. I don't need this stress. I'm not getting combat pay. I'm not in the military. If shit, I mean, just I'm here for fun. I'm here to talk to friends. I'm not here to be insulted, man. Because there was I used to live stream with this guy from Canada that I thought was a good friend, and then he started digging all these insults and stuff, and I wound up exploding. Shut up. Exploding with anger. I don't need that, man. I don't need my blood pressure to go up, man. I'm here to relax, not to send my blood pressure up to stroke levels. So so I just thought, and I said, well, happy birthday to me. I realized that I thought these, it's like, can I really trust? Do people just think I'm some joke, and I just, I really am a person with feelings, and okay, let's see what's going on. Last Avenger says, happy birthday, Gratu. Gary Davis says, hey, Gratu. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, your horribleness. Hey everyone, happy birthday, Gratu. Greetings everyone, it's this movie world. I describe it as more of a dig, not an official insult. I don't go on I don't get on the computer to be digged at either. Um, um, I saw it as ball busting myself, but I've gotten my chops busted before and reacted the same. I I avoided it. Maybe that's a pussy move. Maybe I should have but I'm on someone else's show and I'm not going to direct it back. I just thought the best move would be to just I'll show these books tomorrow. Or maybe I won't show them at all. Maybe I'll just get the hell off of YouTube because this is just becoming a big pain in the ass. I don't need my blood pressure up, just having fun. Um, I think you overreacted a bit, Kratu. Captain Strangelove meant no harm. What I didn't curse. I didn't raise my voice. I just clicked off of a show. That's an overreaction. You should see how I've overreacted. I don't see that that's an overreaction. Just to click off, it's like, hey, I got things to do. People do it all the time. Hey, I've got to go to bed early. I gotta get up early. I guess that's an overreaction. Okay, Friar Tuck saw it as ball busting. Okay, well, no one's busting my balls on my show, and if I'm on someone else's show and someone's trying to bust my balls, see ya. Happy birthday, young man. John Goris, it's not fun anymore. If it's not fun anymore, that's not fun. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever, dude. But it's let's see what I can do here. I want to actually watch. Yeah, I don't like. What I need to do next year, if I'm still alive next year, is several days before my birthday, avoid contact with the outside world, so my birthday isn't effed up by people from the outside world. Because right now, my blood pressure is going up again, and I don't know. The show went on fine without me, so it's not like I'm some essential. I think most people just consider me an irritant and an asshole and a crank, and so maybe just things would be better without me. Let's see. What the hell is this thing called? YouTube. Um, okay, hold on a second. All right. I guess nobody wants to come on with me tonight. That's for sure. But we'll have fun. I'll show you some books in a minute if anyone even cares about that. Go away. Why don't I watch? I'm not going anywhere. I'm just being dramatic. I liked, was it John Goris? I think that said, everyone's acting so emo-ish tonight, I think, in the chat. It's just like, hey, man, I don't know anybody except the people. I know some people back in Dallas. I hardly ever talk to them, but I've got these friends online, and when they start acting like they don't like me, it really hurts my feelings badly. For me, you're better than gee, I guess that's gosh darn History Channel. um, let's see how I'm trying to remember how to work this mess. Share screen. Share screen. Okay, I'm going to watch my performance last week and rate it. Let's see. Okay, how does this work? So we're towards the end of the show.
I'm sorry, don't do that shenanigans.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, this is right before I came on. So let's see. So Captain Strangelove said it was just an accident. I had my timer running because I was recording how long I was going. And let's see. So Captain Strangelove was that's Paulo. That's Graphic Man. Okay, he was at about 49 minutes. So his timer was going through Graphic Man, through Paulo. He was recording how long he was going. He was recording Howler Mouse's time. He was recording Jambo's time, Eric Breen's time. Because he said, what he said last night is, yeah, I just had the timer going because I just gone. Okay, then it goes through Spinner Rack. And then England Teen starts, since it's now the new thing is to time everybody. He starts around an hour, 35 minutes in, I guess. And then showing his books, the Red Hour.
Batman, Superman.
He's about
stuff.
12 minutes.
This is 285. Didn't Art Adams do a cover just like that?
Okay, and he's talking about all the emotional connection he has with these books from his childhood. 135 to, okay, 135. So he went about, I don't know, about 15 minutes. Don't chew on that, Drew, please. Jesus Christ.
One of my favorite reprint books is Christmas with Superheroes.
Okay, no, Drew.
With all the Silver Age Christmas stories. And then DC 4-star Spectacular, starring Superboy, Hawkman, and Wonder Woman. The Superheroes Battle I don't know what this is other than Giant.
It's actually the title of the book is Superheroes versus Battle.
Let's see how obnoxious I come
there
across.
You go. It's straight
the entire series.
I really don't know how bad it is.
So DC Superstars of Space number 8
that I was timed. I got to go back down.
And then I've got the 5-star Superheroes Spectacular.
Hangry.
Which I've always dug that cover. And the DC Superstar Holiday Special. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is that. Thank you for letting me show off for a touch.
All right. Can people get all of those Saturday, or will you break that up into 2 Saturdays?
No, all of this is going to be in on Saturday. I'll throw a couple of other books I have and such, like the Silver Age that I had last week that didn't sell, and maybe something else. But yeah, including I'm shocked that the Supergirls did not sell. It was the I had the Action Comics where Supergirl's punching Superman in the face, and the one where she's having what's the super horse's name?
Comet,
where she's having Comet ram him in the chest. I've always liked that. Oh, dude, my comic shop got the my holy grail is the one where they're flying down the street. It says "Welcome, Supergirl."
$285.
Yeah, they finally got that, but it's $200. Anyway, I'm talking too much.
No, looked good there. Gratu, how you doing? Hanging in there?
Yeah, I'm all right.
All right, let's go see what you're up to.
And he pops out the Golden Age stuff. Here's my Action Comics number 1.
Not by a long shot. Yeah, everything was going great today until I got off of work, and then we went to this restaurant, and it was like my wife orders a Shirley Temple, which doesn't have alcohol in it, and then she says, "Take a sip of this." It tastes like it has alcohol in it, and then the lady says, "No, there's no." She makes it again; it tastes exactly the same. So, and then they never came back to check on it, and then she's in a real bad mood, so I asked them to take that off, but It's just, and then this computer, pardon my language, it was a spinning wheel after I tried to log into the computer. So it took me like an hour to get in. So anyway, I don't want to hurt people's feelings. I ran about my philosophy about encasing things in plastic, and I don't want to be the guy that's just like, Groucho will hate this. Don't worry about me. You do what you want with your money.
Yeah.
I just rather you're like, hey, this is a comic that I've had since third grade. I remember getting this with my uncle, bought this for me. I love that. I don't, it's like, I got this in plastic for $4,000. It was a bargain. Yeah, that's not, I don't.
Not a slabber, huh?
No, I don't. In fact, I don't even know if I like comic books anymore, to be quite honest with you. This is just like most. I mean, I like stuff when I was a kid. I hate everything coming out today. There's probably a few things I hear. There's some good things. I hate everything I loved. Movies, comic books, magazines don't even exist. Music. There's a few good bands I've discovered. But anyway, it's just I've started doing this video series on DVD. I'm already finishing the 4th episode. Each one's 2 hours long. And it's just like the Hypnotic Eye. Except I don't have that puppet, but it's the compilations of things. If you like that show in the 90s that I helped with, it'll be just phenomenal. I guess I'll sell them. I don't know what a reasonable price is to sell a DVD-R for. Anyway, I got a birthday present today, early birthday present from John Goris. On a good note, that was the last good thing that happened today. Well, finally getting on the show is a good thing. He sent me a sealed Casper Viewmaster reel.
Cool.
And I know this was around the 60s, and it was around when I was a kid. But I never got this particular one, and I don't understand why I don't have this. It was always because I love Casper, and this was always perennially at every store that you went into. In fact, I don't think I'll get back to comics. I don't think I like anything with a UPC code on it. After that, I'll tell you when things got bad. So I'm on a rant. UPC codes, Dungeons and Dragons came in and started taking over part of the comic store that used to be just science fiction paperbacks and comic books. There was Dungeons and Dragons, and then there were these crappy independent Star Reach type comics. It's like, I don't know about that. Maybe that was good. I don't know, but it just looked a little foreign because it didn't look normal to me. And then and now it's the Funko Pops, and it's like all the role playing. I hate it all. He also sent me these stickers here that I guess he gets the priority mail stickers and does these drawings on them, and then they already are ready-made stickers. Well, I can't show that one, but he has this whole series. I tell you, this is better than anything that you could possibly watch. Heavy metal, any of that. His cartoons on YouTube. And this video here for this song, Another 100 Skulls, he did a cartoon version for this song, and I don't remember the artist, but this was one of the greatest things I've seen on YouTube. I actually, John Goris, I didn't ask permission, but I put a couple of your cartoons scattered into this show, and I'll beg forgiveness. And if you don't want me to be putting little bits of your cartoons, it's like entire cartoons. Like one of the videos had Ghost Tank 1. This is the character from Ghost Tank. You've got to watch these. He's got 4. Anyway. And like that video that was made about 15 years ago, or the animator, I forget his name, I think he's in Florida, that animated the Erie publication stuff. That guy, I remember talking to him back when he first made it, and he said, yeah, I could put it on a video compilation. So I've got his permission back in 2009, so I'm putting that on there too. And speaking of Erie publications, there's a guy on Facebook I've shown an ad for these before. I finally got them in the mail, and I don't know if people that watch this channel watch my show. Probably not, because I'm pretty obnoxious. But this is his weird, and I can't say that word, weird S. But what he's done is he's got Erie Publications covers, but the stories weren't in Erie Publications. they're actual stories he's reprinted from comic books he owns. They're 50s stories, but unlike Erie Publications, the art is exactly as it was and everything in the original. So what he's done is he's made his, like, if you hate everything in the world, like I'm shaking, I'm so mad. If you hate everything in the world, then go out and create something new, because I said this in my last show, Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world. So I'm making some TV shows that's called Tomb of Terror. I'm already on episode 4. You can order them, I guess, at some point. But he's out there being the change. And these don't smell anymore. They reeked of cigarettes when I got them. So hopefully he won't smoke too much and keeps making these things. His name is Tommy O'Brien. You can find him on Facebook. O'Brien is spelled O''Brien. And I got 4 of his publications for $24. And that includes postage. And they came to me almost instantly. But they're just homemade things. And he's got these ads, but he's reworded them, and he's got a very very dark sense of humor. I don't think he's a Trump supporter based on some of his Facebook postings, but I'll forgive him for that, for putting out this, because I imagine everyone hates Donald Trump because Biden is so great. Yeah, things are going great. I love the fact that we're almost in nuclear war, and no one even talks about when I wasn't even born when the Cuban Missile Crisis happened. My older brother was in kindergarten, and the teacher was crying, "We're gonna all die." She's telling these kindergartners, and now we're closer to nuclear war than ever. And it's just, no, nobody cares. Bunch of Generation Z morons. Anyway, there's some bad language he puts in here. And but what he does is very clever. He has the stories go. Then he has Now it started off with a rant about, because it's become a new thing for every time someone shows a comic book that's in a slab to say, well, Gratu's going to be offended by this, and so I think that's what that also was starting to get to me. I don't pigeonhole me as this crank, as this jerk. It's like, and don't get embarrassed to show that you've sealed a comic book in plastic, because maybe that's important to you, and that's fine. I can't afford those books that you guys slap, and that's great. But I just, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not the type person that's meant to have friends, because maybe people just find me, like I said, my show's pretty obnoxious, and then someone laughs hysterically. Yeah, that's right. You sure are. But let's see here. Oh, that's the wrong page. Anyway, that's what when I was talking about that, that's what that was in reference to. The back cover ad, and then the story will finish on the back cover, just like Erie Publications would have done. But what he does is he's got stories like that were done by, like L. Feldstein's story. These are stories that really haven't been reprinted. So, we can hold up these comics and everything, but if you're willing to put the comic down on a scanner and then, shrink it down slightly, I forget the percentage. I think it's 75% to get it to be this size. This is just a sheet of copy paper. You can get a stapler at Office Depot that you can adjust, and you can punch a staple through, and you've got your own magazine. You can trade with people. Here's his 3rd edition of this. I'm sorry, the language is bad. I don't want that on someone else's show, but I just try to show you they're fun books. And then he's got an almanac that presents the name of the almanac is it's the old almanac, and he has all his. What he does is he does what Graphic Man does, except he's like an evil Graphic Man, sort of. He does these collages where he's created EC covers that never existed using EC artists, and then putting things together, and just so you can imagine, what if that cover, it still does smell like smoke. This one is picture stories from science. You know, originally it's picture stories from the Bible. But yeah, this cover never existed. Weird suspense stories. I probably should. Just fun stuff. I probably shouldn't have made jokes about the book smelling like smoke. I mean, that's not very nice. But you know, what I'm doing is I'm trying to show, like, if I was watching YouTube, I would appreciate if someone told me that these books, these weird I don't want to curse because that cursing is bad. Weird I'd like to know those exist. And so I'm trying to show you what's inside of them. And I am going on probably too long. And I'm just hoping that, you know, Micah will let me know, hey, you know, we all need to get to sleep. But what bothers me is that I'm being timed, because now I'm always going to feel like I'm being timed. And it just gives me it's just kind of taking the fun. It's like, now I know that Santa Claus isn't real, and then every Christmas isn't quite as special. And it's like, I felt like I was sat down by my parents and they told me, you know, not only is Santa Claus not real, the Easter Bunny and the Tooth Fairy aren't real. And, you know, these people that you think are your friends are really kind of annoyed and are timing you and how long you go. And it's like, oh, shit. I thought I was, because I've always been unpopular all my life. All of us have probably been, because we're comic book nerds. We've all been hated and despised, you know, and in school. And then I thought, wow, I've got all these friends now. And it's like, no, they really just, and it makes me feel like, well, they really just kind of think you're obnoxious. And then it's like, happy birthday. You know, that's how I felt. That's how it was, like a gut punch. You know, people that know how to operate, I guess, Photoshop. You're the easy experiment in doing magazines, covers from the Warren magazines. Like, what if EC continued to do their horror magazines into the 60s instead of just, you know, only Mad? What if Rosetta had, you know, given them the covers instead of James Warren? They maybe would have looked like that. So that's just little articles and stuff. And his oh man, I gotta be careful. There's some nudity in here. Yeah, he's a big. You can also find him on the EC Fan Addict Club on. I guess I'll get my own stopwatch, and when I go back on these things, this format is something. Or I'll actually put it right over my shoulder so the viewer can see the time. Ran a record store that he used to do this back in the early 90s. He had a fan.
For a hot potato.
He started collecting 8-tracks in the 1990s. Hold on. Let me stop this. He made this fanzine for 8-tracks. He chopped the edges so it looks like an 8-track tape. Yeah, see, I'm talking about stuff that isn't comic book related, and I think that bothers people that don't care about music. And you know, I look at it all as pop culture, and you know, it's like, well, no, we can only talk about comic books, and we can't talk about life. Because your comic books are gonna be gone if there's a nuclear war, and we've got insane people in power now, and we just have to hope that the space aliens are going to disarm the weapons, or angels are going to come down from heaven and just not allow all of God's creation to be destroyed by these Satan worshiping Marxists that have totally honestly gotten into power. Yeah, but there's no reason for anyone to be jealous of me. I don't.
That's a good comment. Go away. Yeah, what Go Away said is true.
Why would anyone be jealous of me?
You don't see it. So, first of all, I think you might be wrong in thinking that people don't enjoy your content or your rants, because I enjoy it. I like all the things that you say that you like. I like to hear about personal connections to old comic books. That's what I enjoy about the show.
I think that's what stirred me up is watching for 20 minutes books pulled up, and it's like, here's this book. It has an artist in it. Here's this book. It's good. Here's this book. And it's like, and they're all books that I like. Oh, those are books I love, or those are books I remember seeing on the rack, but I just didn't have the 20 cents to get them. And it's just like, because I really like it, the personal connection, and it's really great on Saturday morning when Shannon and Dr. Silverage have even more time to just really get into, okay, this is my childhood copy, and I bought it at this drugstore, and I like to do that. And but I guess I should get into all the politics when I go on Micah's show, but I can't. This is a different world, and I feel like a complete imbecile if I get up in front of people. I don't mention the fact that what's going on around us. It's lunacy. Yeah, at least people are starting to wake up. I think more and more people are waking up. But
well, I think so too. I hope so. I mean, you look at least more and more people are watching people like Tucker Carlson or Greg Gutfeld. To me, that's a good indication. I'm not a big Fox News guy, but I like both of those guys' shows, and I understand they're the top ratings in news show and late night comedy show. So
you said Tucker Carlson and who else?
Greg Gutfeld. Have you ever heard of him?
The comedian guy.
Yeah, the comedian guy.
I used to find him kind of obnoxious. I kind of think that maybe people, I always kind of thought maybe people think I'm kind of like him, kind of, because he can, I've grown to like him. Tucker Carlson I've always liked, but Tucker Carlson is from an elite Washington family, and he's he's interacted with these people. I think he really knows what these people really are. He's
from here too. I think he grew up in San Diego.
Oh, is he?
Tucker Carlson, yeah, I think he's from here.
Do people in San Diego laugh like that? Where does he get that? He's like completely normal, and then all of a sudden he goes, "Oh!" It's like, where does this laugh come from? It's like,
well, San Diego is like actually one of the most conservative parts of California, like historically. I mean, that's where Mark Dice is also from San Diego, but San Diego has a history of conservatism that goes against the rest of California large cities because of the presence of the Navy and the Marines for decades and decades and decades, and all of the veterans. So I think that's part of it, but it is conservative there.
Well, I think everyone on the show is the real deal, and can tell stories about the comics. So I don't think that's why they're jealous of me. Maybe someone that's 20 years old might be jealous of me for that. People collect comics in different ways. Respect them, and they will respect you. It's so hard. It's so hard. I can't.
Beyond 777. I like that.
I can't. John Waters had a famous quote about books that I probably can't repeat, but he said, if you go out on a date with someone and find out they don't have any books, don't blank them. In other words, just run. People, so basically, having books is a sign of intelligence and class and sophistication and a sense of humor. So when you meet a girl, or if you're a guy, or if you're a girl, when you meet a guy, you look at their bookshelves, and if they don't have anything, because I remember we used to watch Cops on the Fox channel, and when the cops would break into some house of these people that were dealing meth or whatever, and they would have a bookshelf, but there would be no books on it. There would be like a little flower, or maybe there'd be a beat up copy of Jaws that they bought in 4th grade, and that's the only book they own. Or maybe they might have a Bible, but it's got a lot of dust on it, and they don't own books. Now, some people have all books on a computer now, But the thing about that is having them on a shelf, to me, allows people to look at the shelf and immediately tell who you are as a person. But
Right.
books are meant to be read. Now, I know that some of these books are becoming museum artifacts, and it's like, okay, well, a scroll from ancient Egypt is probably not meant to be read. You probably should make a copy of it and study the copy. But a comic book from 1964, I think you should be able to read it. But to me, it's a sport. People only buying key issues and sending them off and seeing what score they can get on it. That's their whole deal, and they don't care about these because they want Hulk 181, but they don't want Hulk 183. And why don't they want 183? It's still the same people that made the comic. It's still the same character, but it's not a key issue. And that means that they don't care about the character. They don't care about the time period. They don't care about anything except it's a key issue of a character that's in a movie, and that it has value and it will go up. In theory, it'll go up. But if they keep killing all these cows and chickens, and they keep poisoning, and it's like the Hulk 181 may not have much value when people are starving in the street, but maybe that'll never happen because it's such a wonderful country we live in with these wonderful people in charge. But I don't really. I don't know. Maybe I do go off on rants. I don't think I don't target people. There's some people on YouTube that I find very annoying, and I try not. I just don't talk about it. I just don't. Well, I do a little bit. I make fun of. I sing songs about people saying "so yeah," and that might be able. People might say, "Oh, I know there's a guy that does say so yeah."
I say it all the time. I try not to say so yet.
Yeah, but you can't. You pick it up. You pick up this stuff. I actually said, having said that the other day, it's like, I can't believe I just said, having said that. But everyone says it. All the people I respect, even people probably like Tucker Carlson, say that. Here's Paulo. Hey, Paulo.
Hey guys, what's up?
Not much. How was the first day at work?
Pretty good. Yeah, I'm actually excited about it. So even this not having anything to do with cars, it gets me more excited about writing about cars on my off hours. So
cool.
Yeah, so I'm feeling like it's a transformation.
Well, that's fantastic. And these look like people that are good to work with. They're not. I mean, these are nice.
Yeah,
Well, you can't like. I can't. I need to be quiet. I'm asking. Like, you couldn't say. No, they don't. And you're on the internet.
It's my first day, but they look like a fun group to work with. It's a banking institution, and you're working on the type of financial products that make bank loans difficult for the rest of us down here. But yeah, it looks like an interesting place to work, and there's a lot of room to do some interesting stuff. So and just the fact that I'm out of the house, I've been working at home for a few years now, and it gets boring. Your home is not for working.
Since the pandemic, you've been at home.
Even before that, I started working as a freelancer.
Oh yeah,
and so I work from home. But your home is not for working.
Yeah.
I just wake up and I don't even have to get dressed, and I just walk into the office in my next to my living room. No, your living room is not your office. Your living room is your living room. Yeah. You end up doing other things. You're not as concentrated on your work as you should be. Getting out of the house is good because it gives you a motive to come back.
Yeah. Well, it says Friar Tuck says I joke about Comic Tom in a passive aggressive way, but yeah, Comic Tom is more like a celebrity. I don't consider for some reason he's not like one of us. He's like once you have like more than 1 million subscribers, you might as well be Jennifer
Yeah.
Aniston, and I consider the gloves to be
Yeah,
off.
I've never seen a Comic Tom video, but I noticed this guy called Reggie Collects. He also has a bunch of hangers on, and he developed a following of a couple of 100,000 followers. And then
Yeah.
one day, in that second or third time I'm watching him, and he says, "I started collecting comics 9 months ago." Then who the hell are you to tell
Yeah.
people what comics they should buy and why?
I don't look at comic collect. I basically the show's about my childhood and about what I love, and I don't gaze at the marketplace to see what's valuable, and to me these are predators. To me, I'm like a little guppy in the ocean, and I see someone like Comic Tom as a shark, and then there's maybe some book that I wanted since I was a kid, and then Comic Tom in his phone app tells him this book is now hot, and he starts. I don't know. To me, that's just not. I don't know. I have a way of looking at things, but yeah, Comic Tom. It's freedom. America is a great place. It was a great place. It could be again.
There are some people in the
I would say if I was living in another country, I wouldn't even want to visit this country. I've always loved the United States. Right now, the United States is run by insane, literally Satan worshiping people, Marxists that want to destroy the country. They're turning people against each other. They want people to become violent in the streets. They're trying to provoke citizens to become violent so they can crack down. It is there is no freedom of speech anymore. Our Bill of Rights is being chiseled away, and maybe it's not any better anywhere else, but now we've got soldiers in Poland, and we've got, they said today, now in Taiwan. We're just it's a I don't know.
In Taiwan, you do need it because the Chinese government needs to go down. In Poland, you don't, but not for the reason you think.
Well,
I want Russia to suffer a military defeat. The problem is that it can be done by you guys. It needs to be done by us. Our problem is that Germany are a bunch of cucks, and you always can count on Germany to betray Western civilization because they've been doing it since the year 9 AD. When a tribal chieftain Arminius, after receiving Roman education, turned against the Roman Empire overnight and destroyed 2 legions, and that's why you can't trust Germans.
Well, yeah. Right now we've got soldiers in Poland, and then Zelensky's saying, I think I'll give some of the land here in the Ukraine to Poland, and then it magically becomes part of NATO, and then
no. Here's the thing. Ukraine does not exist. It never existed. Yeah. Half of what is the current Ukraine before 1945 was Poland.
Yeah.
The Ukraine was a little strip of borderland where the Russians not the Russians, the Volgogradians put their rednecks as defense against the Bulgarians.
Yeah.
Because the Russians were always rednecks. The Russians were never a great power. They never had any influence over Europe. So the notion that the Russians are feeling that they're threatened against their interests, they don't have any interests. They get what we want. Yeah. Because it's always about what we in Europe cannot allow Russia to dictate the way that borders are decided. That's why we have a problem. The problem, then we can't defend that problem because we in Europe let the United States do all the military talking for us. And we can't have that. The other problem is that the Pentagon does not want anyone in Europe to have armies. The U.S., according to the Pentagon, the U.S. decides where armies in Europe are deployed.
But when the United States puts a new person in power in the Ukraine, when Obama was president, and then all these politicians and their families start laundering money in the Ukraine, and then they start putting biological weapon plants all along the border of Russia, and then you start
Well, that's
from
another problem.
Putin's
Which
point of
is
view, that's a threat to him.
Yeah, but that's another problem. Do you know why do you know why France was against the United States invading Iraq again? Because every time the United States invades a Muslim country, the Muslims in Europe start chimping out, and we have a lot more Muslims than you do.
Yeah,
And everybody here is trying to be politically correct, and nobody wants to do a crusade.
yeah.
We don't want Muslims. We haven't gotten rid of Christians yet, and now we have the Muslims.
Well, things are a mess.
Diversity is our strength.
It's I'm not a geopolitical expert, but I listen, and I'm probably completely wrong. I listen to Biden speak,
Yeah,
and what he values, and we aren't really allowed to hear Putin speak. But when
Putin speaks a lot.
Putin's speech
Are you
is
kidding?
allowed through and translated,
No. We have everything Putin on TV.
we don't hear.
Putin is not a good guy. He never was. Putin was a KGB agent in
Yeah.
East Germany. He
So
was never a good guy.
George Bush
ever.
was a CIA guy.
Yes, he was. But also Frank Carlucci was also a CIA guy, and Frank Carlucci saved Portugal from communism.
Well, when I hear him talk, I know his past.
Mm-hmm.
I'm aware of his past, but I hear Putin speak saying the United States needs Jesus, and the same things are now happening in the United States that happened to our country decades ago.
That's
And
not true.
we see exactly what's happening and what's being pushed. I mean, and I listen to him talk, and just listening to words, which are just words, it seems like he's more sane and with it than our president, who's a complete criminal. But there's no way. Maybe we'll figure this. We'll never figure this out in our lifetime, because this history is not going to finish playing out during our lifetimes. Maybe in history books 300 years from now, maybe we'll be in heaven looking down and say, oh, that's what was really happening. I have no idea. I just know that everything that I see around me is completely effed up. And it's
but that's because okay. Do you have a favorite politician?
Do I have a favorite politician?
Yes. Do you have a favorite politician?
In history?
No, now.
Yeah, I would say
No,
that Carrie
wrong answer.
Lake.
There is no favorite politician. Everyone who becomes a politician is a criminal. The only people who become politicians are criminals. People who are normal don't become politicians, because nobody sane wants to be a politician. All of those guys are sociopaths. They hate you, and they think you're a slave. Political parties are mafia-style organizations. You move up, you join them the same way you join the mafia, by killing somebody, and you move up the organization the same way by extorting other people. The more money you extort from normal people, the more you move up the organization.
I disagree. I think it is possible for a good person to wind up in power, but you're going to know them by all the rest of them turning on them and hating them. So the people I'm talking about, Carrie Lake may not be someone I doubt it's someone you've heard of in Portugal, but she is not rich, and she is despised. Marjorie Taylor Greene is despised.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is a complete psycho.
That's what we need. Everything she says, that I'm a psycho, because
no.
the stuff happening.
Here's what everyone needs. We need to stop having representative democracy. Representative democracy is when you give them the authority to do whatever they want. The notion that there are separate groups and each wants to represent us is bullshit. They're mafia families. First, the business of the families is the business of the families. We are not in the families. We are not part of their business. After that, they can go to war with each other, they can whack the mafia can whack each other, but we can't whack mafia members. And it's the same thing with politicians. They can they can kill each other politically, but we can't mess with their political careers.
You're seeing it on a surface level.
I have 8 political parties in my country. You only have 2.
There's a level above this. There is a lot of corruption. Most of them are 100% corrupt. I agree, but it's and I know that you're agnostic or an atheist, but the way I see it, it's a war above. There are people that are in the league of Satan, and there are people.
It's not above. It's between us. It's between them above and us below. We are below. And I know that because we have a collective memory for aristocracy, and you guys don't. And I can see when our political class, we have 8 political parties in our parliament. You guys only have 2, and all of those 8, they all fight with each other face to face. But when it comes to screw the rest of us, they are all in agreement. It's if they need to increase the wages of the political class, they all agree to it. So it doesn't matter how many different groups there are. Ultimately, it's about control over the rest of us. I recognize the aristocracy when I see it.
Sure, there are people that are in power that do not take a salary. There are, and they're rich, and you could say, well, anyone rich is evil. And
no, that's not what I'm saying. I don't. If they say that they're not taking a salary from their political posting, that's not true, because they get tax benefits from having that as their main job. Now they pay tax. They pay taxes on their salary as politicians, and then they write off whatever money they have on corporations because that's not their job.
Then they need to change the tax laws. I mean, why would you not take advantage of that? But people like John F. Kennedy didn't take a cent.
Yes, he did.
I think that Robert Kennedy's son, who's just announced for president, he seems Tulsi Gabbard. I don't fully trust her because she's hung out with the World Economic Forum. She seems. I just look at the people and I judge them like I would you guys. And
it doesn't matter who the president is. They always talk to the world like
blustering and may be insufferable to a lot of people, and they're so frustrated that they can't bring him down, and they're trying to bring him down because he supposedly slept with a porn star, and maybe he did, maybe he didn't. How is that a crime compared to what they have all done on camera? They can't get him on anything, and they're so frustrated because he's not a politician.
He was a businessman. New York Mafia.
He actually did things with his life. Joe Biden has done. There is not a single thing you can point to that Joe Biden's done in his life that's productive.
Of course, he's a politician. He never worked a day in his life, which is why you can't.
But
you cannot trust anyone.
Has built things. He has done things. And Joe Biden, since he was 26, has done nothing but graft money.
Of course. That's the same thing with politicians over here. You go to politics at age 22, and then you have a political career. Yeah. You've never worked a day in your life, just like the aristocracy.
Someone comes in their 70s, why do they want to be president? Maybe it's because they really love the country and they want to fix things because they have children. And you say, well, no, I don't think he's really religious. Maybe not. But he cares about the country, and they can't get him on anything because he never drank and never smoked. And every affair he had, every wife he had has been plastered on all the tabloids since I was a little kid in second, third, fourth grade.
Donald Trump was a criminal in the 1980s because he was connected to the New York Mafia, because that's the only way you could build something.
That's
you needed
right.
to know
So what's he
people.
going to do? So
The
Frank
thing is, yeah, he should
Sinatra
have gone
was
to jail. He
connected
should have gone
because
to jail
that's
in
how
the
he
80s.
played in the clubs in Las Vegas.
Yeah, but that's not important. You can like porn all you want. I'm all in favor of people liking porn and having sex with porn stars. I'm all in favor of that.
Okay. Why not necessarily? That has nothing to do with it. I'm talking about liking Trump. And
Yeah, but no,
I
Trump.
see
You think
the
that Trump
sniveling evil people.
is a criminal? We knew that in the 80s.
Well, he's my kind of criminal, and I'm voting for him again.
There is no
because
kind of
I
criminal.
like that kind
That's
of
what
criminal.
that's why I compared. That's why I compare elections to voting for which mafia family do you want coming into your neighborhood
Okay.
to extort money from commerce.
So was
It's the same
Eisenhower a
thing.
criminal? I mean, he was a general.
Yes,
that
Eisenhower was a
helped.
criminal because he joined the criminal organization.
Okay, Eisenhower was a criminal, but he helped win a war that benefited you. Let me tell you,
The Korean
the
War
people
had
that are
really
scary,
no
that seem
geopolitical
nuts,
impact on.
are the people that change history. I mean,
Mhm.
George Patton, you can't win a war with these pansy generals that they've got
Mhm.
now that are just like
Yeah.
wearing rainbows on
Here's
their
the thing that
helmets.
I want to know if you
You
can answer.
bring in someone like Patton.
Why did Harry? Speaking of Eisenhower, why did Harry Truman want Europe to get out of Africa?
Why did Harry Truman want Europe to get out of Africa? Tell me.
Yeah, I don't. Well, he thought that he could get into Africa himself. The Marshall Plan was the extension of the Monroe Doctrine over the Atlantic Ocean. And the Monroe Doctrine was always the first piece of foreign policy, the United States foreign policy. The United States extending their will beyond the borders of the United States, and that was still in the 1800s.
Well,
because how they financed the Bolivarian of the United States financed the Bolivarian revolutions.
So, yeah, there's horrible things that have happened. I just
The
know that
thing
right
is,
now things
by-
aren't doing well in the United States or the world, and they were
do you
going
know that-
a lot better.
Have
It's
you guys
a
seen
lot
the news
better.
of?
It's a
Have you guys
lot
seen the
better
news of
than
what's going on in the
friendly with
Sudan?
Putin. I don't want our country to be enemies with Russia. I don't want to fight Russia. I'm too old to be drafted. I would rather be friends, and I'd rather have a president that's not nuts and isn't in the payroll of China and has been for decades, along with his son, and allows spy balloons to fly over the United States. And once they get all the data, then he blows them up. I don't know, but it seems crooked.
The German political class are totally indebted to China, and it's China who told them to buy oil from Russia instead of the Arab countries.
It's all effed up, but I just
but when it comes to Africa, by supporting decolonization, anything
so what would you do?
shitty.
Tell me, Paulo, if you came here and were an American citizen, would you vote for the Democrats or the Republicans? Those are your only two choices.
No, I vote blank. I always vote blank over here. I would vote blank the same way. In fact,
so
I would demand
make no difference. That it would help the country in no way, and it would continue to be corrupt.
Well, I want the devolution of powers from federal to local, the same way that I want here.
Okay, but let's say that's not going to happen, and you know
should always know. You should never care who your president is, but you should always know who your mayor is, because you should be able to walk up to your mayor and when they're acting up, you punch them in the face.
Well, okay.
The president should not have powers.
You wind up in jail, and then you still have done nothing except. But anyway, let me see what's going on in the comments. Let's continue with this. But I was in the middle of trying to figure out what horrible things that I had said 2 weeks ago. So let me. I just got a few more minutes of this because I'm trying to watch it really for the first time.
No.
I'm doing a post-mortem to try to figure out what exactly was so obnoxious.
You started. No, I can tell you right now. You started talking about Satanists on Graphic Man's show.
I started talking about Satanists.
Yes, and you went on more about Satanists taking over America than you did talking about comic books. More than 50% Satanists, less than 50%.
50% of the time, I was talking about Satanists.
More than 50%. Your last 18 minutes had nothing to do with comics.
Really? Well,
Totally.
that's what. Okay, let me see that. And so,
I didn't say anything during the stream, but 2 weeks ago I mentioned it after the show when we were still talking, and I
Oh,
said that you wouldn't, and I said that you wouldn't shut up. Sorry, but that's what that was what was going on.
after I was gone.
Yeah, but that's what I said. But I didn't say anything during the show.
Okay, so you
were going on and on and on and on, and
yeah, and so I talked too much about Satanism.
yeah.
And
The thing is,
comics.
yeah, the thing is, the fossils. We're supposed to have a little bit of fun about everything. And we're supposed to talk about the things that we like, and
Right.
you started talking about the things that you hate.
Okay.
And that went on for a while.
All right. So let me see that. Let me.
We don't mind coming here to your show and watching you go on a 2-hour rant about how Joe Biden sucks. That's okay. We come to your show for that. But when we're all in the fossils, there are 8 or 9 of us, and we all want to talk about. We all want to share our passion for comics, and you went a little bit sideways.
Okay. Well, so you're right. I probably am not a good fit for that show. But let me see the rest of it here.
Yeah. When it comes to Strange Life,
in the
timing
lure when I was looking to, because there was some discussion. Hold on. Oops. Shit.
But when it comes to Strange Life wasn't timing you,
just
to time you.
I have a record. Is that a calendar? And so I pulled the calendars out. And I found all these. This is some. Okay, go ahead again.
Yeah, when Strange Life was timing, he wasn't actually timing. He has a timer. He probably looked at it and noticed how long you were going on. But he has a timer for himself. I don't think he was doing anything on purpose to upset you.
Okay, so he said he went right before me, and his timer still was going.
Yeah,
he went 5 people before me.
He probably noticed. I mean, I didn't have a timer, but
okay. So basically, I was an asshole. Everyone on the show was pissed at me, including you. And he probably went back later and timed me afterwards, which I did too, because I was wondering if I went on too long. My wife agreed that, I shouldn't have been talking about all.
Yeah.
So, but let me see how much time, because you said I talked for 18 minutes about Satan. I don't remember that. But honestly, you're coming at it from an atheist point of view. At some point, you're going to realize that maybe after you pass on that I'm right.
When I pass on, I'll be dead.
That's what's happening in the world.
There will be no
and that these people are demonically infested, and it sounds crazy, but
they're not demonically infested. They're already psychopaths. That's a normal thing. That's natural. We can identify psychopaths. That's why in Stone Age societies, psychopaths were cast off of the group.
Yeah,
because
maybe I need to be cast out of the 4-color fossils, because it sounds like I'm a psychopath. That's good. Happy birthday to fucking me.
I said, I'm sorry, Ken. I did say happy birthday when I was still in the chat.
No, that's great. It's just I don't know why you want to come on and talk to me.
No. I wanted to talk to you more about comics. You were talking about comics and the
book.
I'm sorry
about the cramps. So this is someone that did that same format, except it's so thick he couldn't drive a stapler through it. This is a guy in Scotland that ran the cramps. Holds it together with a rubber band. Look at that. So. But okay, this isn't comic related. It's about music. But to me, the band The Cramps is a comic book type band. Their logo comes from Tales from the Crypt. They collected pre-code horror. To me, it's all part of the same thing. I do not look at just comic books. If I was only into comic books, it would be a horrible life.
Sure.
I collect many things.
Let me tell you, one of these days, and I already have it in my mind. I just hadn't been able to bring it up. I want to show the covers to a few of the first issues of a science fiction collection that we've had that we had in Portugal for science fiction novels, starting in the 1950s, went all the way through the 1990s. There were 500 books in total, and the first person to draw covers for that collection is the father of a comic book editor that is currently working in the Portuguese comic book industry. And he was a very distinguished painter. We have a street in my city named after him.
Well, let's see. Captain Beyond says it is a great plague. He might mean place. I don't know what that means. Comic Tom only cares about the speculating part of the hobby. The dude's a clown. Yeah, I would not call him a clown, but that's kind of. I mean, I'm not going to disagree, but I try not to. Let's see. Germany's been a conquered nation for over 75 years. Yeah, Germany has been completely brought to heel and is in a. It can never really rebuild because of the position it's been put into. So, but
NATO's mandate number one, as defined by the USA.
But but I'll tell you, the German people,
keep Germany
if you
down,
push them far enough, it'll happen again because they've got that genetically in them.
Sure,
but
the
people
I
that
see
are
a lot of
Viking stock, you
Sure,
can keep pushing them and keep pushing them, and eventually.
But this was already true in 1946, and I see a lot. I know that there are a lot of Americans who are against NATO, but NATO only exists because America wants it, not because Europe.
Well, here's one thing that Trump did that's probably resented is that he said, "Hey, we're protecting NATO, but they're not even paying us." And he had NATO start paying, and I'm sure that didn't go over well in Europe, but
yeah, I do agree. Although it would be impossible for the United States to cover the North Atlantic without the Portuguese Navy, and we operate on a very tiny budget.
Well, it's impossible for the United States in its current state to
we have two boats
against Russia and China.
We have two boats, and we have two boats, and we cover 1/3 of the North Atlantic with only two boats.
And these devices have made sure that the current generation is not going to be good soldiers. They're going to be guys wearing dresses, and they're watching TikTok, and there's not a generation coming up like that generation that went through the Depression. It's just our country is pretty much toast unless we get someone in there that starts making nice. Let's see. John Gora says NATO should rebrand. Perversity is our strength. Okay. Thank you, Paulo. Putin is not our friend. He's not our friend, but let's not have him as our enemy. Putin respected Trump, and Trump respected him. They weren't friends, but you do not want to be enemies with someone like that. Putin needs to know, no, I'm not going into the Ukraine because that guy's nuts. And it's good to have a guy that's nuts in charge because no one knows what will he do.
Well, did you know
just
that?
Don't know, and that's why a lot of bad things didn't happen when he was president because they thought he's nuts, and that's why Rommel, thought Patton, that guy's nuts, man. He seems to know everything I'm doing.
But this was always the plan. Russia was always going to invade. Do you think that the Crimea was the first time that Russia invaded anything to follow the Soviet Union? No, Russia has been on war with Georgia and the Azerbaijan since the 1990s, and Georgia and Azerbaijan are also former Soviet republics.
Yeah.
Even before the fall of the Soviet Union, they started pumping weapons into South Ossetia in Georgia, and arming the Russians that Stalin had put in Moldavia to form the breakaway Transnistria. There was always a plan to bring back Imperial Russia in a territory that was actually bigger than the Soviet Union.
But bottom line is, for the protection of your country and of Europe, it's kind of important that the United States is a stable and prosperous place. And right now, the United States is going absolutely bug nuts crazy. And I don't think it could protect you guys. And
Would you
hence
be in
we've got
favor that
insane rulers.
Would you be in favor that NATO stops existing? We create a European army, which there are plans for on a political level, and that European army will never ever support you the next time you invade the Middle East.
I don't want us invading the Middle East. We
But
have
you're
enough
going to
oil
because
here,
of
but
oil.
the lunatics here won't let us drill it. We have more oil than the Middle East, and
Yeah.
Trump showed that to be true. And anyway, laugh out loud. Putin saying Christianity is good. Laugh out loud. Well, you know, the churches have reopened in Russia.
The churches reopened during Stalin's time. People I don't know why people are so set up on the idea that there was no religion in the Soviet Union. It was Stalin himself who brought back the Russian Orthodox Church. It was because it was good for the morale of the troops. He himself was a former seminar student, and he was going to become a priest in Georgia.
Yeah. Well, we're actually a republic, Captain Beyond. Let's see. John Goris he's been a mafia protection racket. Wants you to be president.
Nope. I can't be president. I'm not a citizen.
Let's see. Russia and China are pimped as the enemy, but they aren't. Go Away says, I like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Go Away says, actually, we aren't, Captain. And then Captain Beyond said, I haven't been following the chat. We have a good thing here in democracy. We don't want to change. Remember, you need your Social Security. So everybody was talking about me after the show last week.
We did bring it up, but it wasn't very long. Then we started talking about other things because Englantine was also briefly on the show, and we talked about the Englantine auction. But we just noticed it because it's not usual for you to talk about these things in other when you go on the fossils. Here it's okay. We expect it, and when you bring it up, and if I'm here, we'll talk about it, and I will bring up my bullshit. But
yeah, so my wife says we're not a democracy but a republic. However, all they do is try to cram this democracy mob rule down our throats. Captain Beyond says, nice birthday show, I guess. Captain Beyond says, so these politicians have done nothing. I laugh out loud.
I'm sorry to you too, Meyer. I didn't. You're just watching me and
he's just there for moral support. He's like my bodyguard.
I don't have that much interest in world politics.
I don't either. I kind of like, I'd rather just be like what George Washington said. Let's take care of our country.
Did you
should be able to?
I'm concerned about the 6 or 8 blocks or 10 blocks that I live in, and that's basically the main.
Meyer, did you know that if in 1975 Portugal had fallen to the communists, the United States were going to invade the Azores and Madeira?
No, I didn't know that.
But they were.
I don't think there's anyone in a 60-mile radius where I live that even knows what the Azores is.
Right, so the Azores is
honestly,
where
I don't know who the president of Portugal is. I don't know anything. I'm a totally uneducated American. I just know what I'm seeing around me is completely effed up. And I'm not trying to insult Portugal. I don't know.
Sure, I get it. But there's one Portuguese that you should know of because he's the Secretary General of the United Nations. I
don't know who that idiot is. I'm sure he's great.
He's not great.
The United Nations has always struck me as a criminal
The thing is, I've seen people, did you know that he used to be in the Socialist Party in Portugal? Yeah, but he infiltrated the Socialist Party because he was an agent of the Vatican. He was the current Secretary General of the United Nations is a member of the Vatican's Secret Service Opus Dei.
Okay. Yeah, John Goris says, now China's going to get in Africa. Good luck to them. Goldway says, bye-bye, Ken. Happy birthday again. We must fight. I believe in the ways you do. I think we must fight. We must fight against it. Like, our household has absolutely suffered under these election thieves. That's a fact, says my wife. Yeah, stick to talking about your collection. Gratuit is a great thing, Captain. No, I talk about what's on my mind. That's what this show is. This is not a comic book show. And the more people say to do that, the more likely I'm to not even mention comic books anymore, because that's just a tiny part of what I am. I am not just a comic book person. Satanists are a fun topic, though, says, let's see. The Captain Beyond says, I love watching the things you have. And then he says, yes, Paula. I don't know what that was in reference to. It's old.
Yeah.
Off the reservation, I think it'd be called, says John Goris. And Colty said, my wife says, just because you don't believe doesn't mean they don't. They don't. Can we say Marina Abramovic? Yeah, I mean, these people are Satanists. It doesn't mean that there aren't. I mean, people like Hillary Clinton do believe in this. They believe they get power from it. So, and they have rituals and Moloch, and you can say, well, it doesn't really exist. They think it does. They think that's what's giving them power. So that's why it's a danger. It doesn't matter if demons really exist or not. They think they do, and they're running the show currently. Paulo, do you have a channel I can belong to?
I do, but I haven't posted in over a year.
Yeah, let's see. If call him a clown, I don't know what she means by that. Things are getting spicy. Captain Jan says countries pay an amount by what they are per capita and wealth, and that's why we pay more.
That's not true.
The
budget, the United Nations Charter demands that all member states have 2% of their budget dedicated to military spending. The only one that goes over that 2% is the United States, and every European member is below 2%.
Captain Beyond says
none of us are pulling our own weight.
Captain Beyond says, Paulo, just show a comic. I guess that's kind of like me. It's like you're talking about politics too much.
Okay. I'll show. Can I show a
comic?
comic? I will show a comic.
Okay.
In fact, I will show
I
the
believe there
first
was both a
Elric
communist
comic.
and a fascist that founded the UN, says my wife. I meant of that as Comic Tom as a clown. Oh, yeah, that's my wife talking about it. My wife's even seen Comic Tom.
I have a little bit of comic book history. If we can take an interlude.
Elric, yes, I see.
Okay, so this is an Elric graphic novel. The British publisher Titan has a very nice collection of Elric graphic novels, reprinting everything that's been put out with Elric. Now, It's usually understood in the US that the first time Elric appeared in comics was in Conan in 1972, but that is not true. The first Elric comic story was actually published in France in 1968. And it was drawn by the founder of Heavy Metal Magazine, Drouillet. And it's reprinted here. So let me see.
Well, let's see. Yeah, neat. So we're in the last 18 minutes of this broadcast from 2 weeks ago. And so we're at 2:02. So that means the next 18 minutes is going to be all Satanism. So let's see. Back years ago when I was teaching sixth grade, I made my own magazine with the students. Okay. It's October, November 1998, but it's got all the monster stuff. And I have this on the back cover. And it's stories written by the sixth graders. This is when the Phantom Menace was coming out, and people actually thought that was going to be good. And I showed the kids Sergio Aragonis, and they wrote an article about him. I had them research him on the internet, which had barely started, because most of my students were Hispanic. So I was trying to let's find some really cool people that the kids wouldn't know about, that they can research. And then they have the student art gallery, and this is the low rider. Okay. So, there's a kid back in the 99 Godzilla. So the kids that worked on this later became, there'd be a substitute teacher in the building. It was one of my students that worked on the magazine. Then some of the students that started on this were becoming respected teachers in the district. And I'd go to a conference, and there'd be that student I taught in 6th and 7th grade leading the discussion. It's like, I thought that was cool. So I'm trying to convince myself my life hasn't been wasted, that I did something important at some point in my life. That's why I'm ranting. I'm sorry. This isn't the best. My birthday's next week. I'm going to be 58, and So here it looks like I'm working through a midlife crisis, maybe a little bit later than a midlife crisis. I'm trying to convince. I once did try to indoctrinate kids into comic book culture, and I wanted them to be They became published writers, and kids got to, hey, this is great what you wrote. And then they thought, well, I really can write. So that's what I was doing. I don't hear anything about Satanism. I do see the Batman logo. I see a cartoon I did of a bulldog dressed as Santa. So it's still comic related in my twisted mind. Let's see.
So this has all been brilliant. This portion that you've been playing for the last 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
All right, but I'm going to move into Satanism here for 18 minutes. I was talking to Meyer Greenblatt. I feel like I look forward to Wednesday every week, and I feel like I'm at an AA meeting, and everyone's showing bottles of booze. Like, look at this bottle of booze I got. And it's like, oh wow, look at this one. Look at the label on it. It's in perfect condition. This is what, because I feel like that's what we're doing. We're addicted to these comics, and then we are showing them to each other. It's like, oh, I gotta go get that. What's the? I feel, man.
I'm showing mine to sell.
Maybe we start a show called Comic Book Collectors Anonymous. So anyway, lots of I'd steal art from things and create collages, and I'd put ads on the back. I like to put old ads in here. So these are, I think I gave Graphic Man a few of these when he was in town. These, I'm not sure. Here's someone writing an article about Scary Spice back when the Spice pot. They actually were good, for a current band at the time. My wife laughed at that, me calling them a band. Well, yeah, they're a group. They're a pop group, but their music was legitimately good on a level of pop music compared to the stuff that's coming out today. And I'm not the only one who thinks that. And again, back to comic books, there was a whole magazine put out by, I think Peter Bagg, all the alternative guys of the 90s, they all contributed to it. I think maybe R. Crumb contributed to it. All these older guys realized this music sort of sounds like the pop music of the 60s. Maybe things are starting to get better. Of course, they didn't. So, I mentioned that, and okay, it's not on topic, but I'm telling you, if you're only into comic books and you don't appreciate music and it's because I'm an omnivore. I appreciate all of pop culture, all of junk culture, all of trash culture. I call it rock and roll culture. And so I may show I show records that probably pisses people off because they're not comic books. And if you're only into comic books, then I don't know, how can you only be into comic books? I don't understand it. But I guess that's the attitude, because when I pick up a comic book of the Transformers and the monsters picking up a truck and it says BlackRock on it, and I know BlackRock is one of the most evil organizations in the world, and I think, what? And then I research, and this Marvel comic book, the Transformers, came out the year before BlackRock was formed as an organization. I'm thinking, what is this predictive programming? How did they just come up with the term BlackRock? And I asked that question on one Four Color Fossils show, and in the chat, someone goes, stick to talking about comic books, for fuck's sake. And it's like, I didn't even see that comment until later. And it's like, what? And this was someone I respected, that I interacted with, that everybody loves in the comic book community. And I'm getting really fucking sick and tired of being treated like shit. I don't know. I mean, I don't see the Satanism. I mention Satanism because, buddy, that's what's happening. It's in your country. It's here. You don't want to believe it. And weeks ago, I thought, well, I'll do some sermons on Sunday morning, but I did it in kind of a funny way. And my wife was saying that's coming across like you're being sarcastic, like you're not being for real. But I really was. I wanted to learn more about the Bible, but I thought I'd do it with a sense of humor because I figure that God and Jesus Christ have senses of humor because look around you. They've got to have a sense of humor. Look at some of the people around you. And they I don't know. It's just, you see that they have a sense of humor. I just know that things aren't right. And I'm just trying to communicate with people out there. It's just a desperate cry to the wilderness, to the internet, to talk to people. And I guess I'm pissing people off. Maybe I'm pissing off people that have demonic spirits in them. I don't know. Maybe the people that want to keep that think Joe Biden's doing a fantastic job, that Dylan Mulvaney is just a great example for our youth. I don't know, because he's just so stunning and brave. Let me get back to this. Because I want to hear the Satanism stuff. I got a lot of that kind of stuff. Here's what I was promising. And I'm sorry I'm taking so long. I just counted as 2 turns. This is the marble calendar from 1977. And if you take into the fact that the guy that had gone before me, England team, went for about 20 minutes for 1 turn, and I spent literally an hour looking at a spinning wheel trying to get on my computer, leaving my wife, who was in a bad mood and near tears, to come on and be with my friends for a show. And then I hear that my friends are talking about me after the show. I don't like that. Now, I have noticed things that have hurt my feelings in the past. I haven't mentioned them. For instance, I don't know. I guess I'm too sensitive. I guess it'll remember where I'm at. And when I look at my friends' pages, and so let's say we look at Captain Strangelife, who I really admire. I look at his page, and I go down wonderful channels, and it's like, oh, they got all the cool. I got to make sure I'm subscribed to all of them. It's like, oh, there's all the 4-color fossils. Oh, I'm not there. But and that hurts my feelings. It hurts my feelings when Captain Strangelife, he is subscribed to my channel probably 14 times, which means he gets mad at me and unsubscribes and then resubscribes. Either that or YouTube is so crazy that it just keeps canceling his subscription. And it's like, why is he it's like, I don't know. This shit hurts my feelings, man. Yeah, I'm too sensitive, but I've been picked on all my life. I've been the runt, an only child pretty much. My older brothers were gone when I was in 4th grade. I just kind of want friends, and I don't want friends that treat me like shit. That it's like, oh, here's all the cool people, and they actually were good, because for a current band at the time, he curses or he makes fun of people wearing masks, which do absolutely nothing during COVID. He doesn't buy into the narrative. He doesn't listen to the mainstream media. I'm sick of being pissed on all my whole life. And now I make some friends and they're pissing on me when the show's over.
And telling you that it's raining.
Huh?
Pissing on you and telling you that it's raining.
I'm looking through the inventory of Gotham City Comics in a live broadcast, and he's showing all his comics, and he goes past the war section, and Captain Strangelife says, "Oh, I don't like war comics." And I said, "Well, actually, I'd like to look at the weird war comics, because there's some comics I'm missing of the Creature Commandos from that run, and I want to get them before the price goes up because of this cartoon series that they're supposedly making." And so Captain Strangelife says, "Oh yeah, give me all of those." And it's like, what? And he says, "Just put all those in my pile. In fact, give me all the issues from 1 to 80 And it's like, and he's like, what? Do you want to see he didn't even want to see the covers. He just because he heard I wanted them, he pulled them out. And that kind of hurt my feelings. Yeah, I guess it did. And then I was going to show some weird war comics last night. That was part of my pile. And I thought maybe I shouldn't show those because it's sort of, I don't know. It's like you just want them because I wanted them because you're pulling them and I didn't have the money right then. So you take them all and buy $60, $70, $80 worth of these comics without even looking at the covers just because this other guy wants them. I can't deal with this shit, man. Let's see. Boy, got a lot of that kind of stuff. Here's what I was promising. And I'm sorry I'm taking so long. I just counted as 2 turns. This is the Marvel calendar from 1977. They have on the back the said be their key issues. Boy, I hate that term. I hate everything, man. I hate everything. Up to 1976, where the Overstreet Price Guide has Amazing Fantasy 15, $75 in mint. And the only key issues were first issues and origin stories. But anyway, they have, this is January. The earlier one was better. I don't think I have the 76 one with the spirit of 76 on the cover with them marching along.
Did you have that Mike Plough calendar?
Hmm?
That Mike Plough calendar that you showed on
Yeah, I'm about to show that. Yeah.
You do have that?
Yeah, it's the next thing I'm going to show. I'm just going to go through these.
Oh, I'd love
I don't
to
know.
see that.
Maybe I'm going on too long.
No, I'd love to see
Here
that.
on March 16th, they're celebrating the Beatles. We're in Strange Tales 130. The high point of their career. Was that the cover on the issue you just showed that had the first appearance of Wolverine? Or something close to that? Yeah, I have that Daredevil. It's
Well, the Daredevil you showed looked like 110 to me.
It could be. I don't, this, imagine if the TV series looked like that. People say it would be silly if he had a yellow shirt, or it would be silly if Iron Fist dressed that way. But imagine if the world looked like that and it was set in 1972, 73. If
like
Marvel
that.
had Netflix or whoever had any intelligence, that's what should have done. And it's all lost until all the Marxists are gone. There's no hope for Disney, for any of the Fantastic Four. I was so excited when they got the rights to Fantastic Four and X-Men from 20th Century Fox. Oh, the Fantastic Four is finally going to be done right. No, it'll be done about the way Kang was done. It'll just be ruined. Everything will be ruined. There's really no hope except to go back. So when I say Marxist, are you interpreting that as Satanist?
I guess this is when you started going on because.
Okay, but
there's a
Marxism
turning point here.
equates to Satanism. I mean, because really Marxism is atheism.
No, the Marxism means that the state is God and the Secretary General is the high priest.
Right. So that therefore someone
never
who's a
been
Marxist would be an atheist.
Yeah, but no, I'm probably misremembering here. Maybe I'm not being fair here, but this is kind of when it started.
Do you think that the people running Disney are Marxist, or do you think that they are? They have an agenda in what they're doing in these movies? Why they have so many? The stuff that they're putting into their movies and the Star Wars movies, the past doesn't matter. We must forget the past. And then all the old heroes, just like the Marxists tear down the statues, Luke Skywalker is this grizzled guy that sucks the tits of monsters. And Princess Leia looks like she's been on meth for 20 years. And Han Solo, who was the guy that married the princess and they lived happily ever after. No, they got divorced and he went right back to being a spice smuggler. Just all the progress, the story arc, his progress that he went through in those 3 good movies, he's back worse than he was before the original Star Wars. That's Marxism, the way they're writing that bullshit. And it's in every one of their movies. It's all through everything.
Well, if it was Marxism, the old republic would actually have gotten back into power, and social order would be handled in a swift and brutal manner. In fact, in that situation, Han Solo would have to go back into being a smuggler, and he would be the hero because he'd be fighting the system.
But instead, he was killed off instantly because he represents the old stuff.
Yeah. Okay. There is a destructive element here in the way that the stories are being told.
And in all the Marvel adaptations since the and they're hiring these actors that
well, actors have always been idiots. We have to remember they're not doctors. They just
I
play
know
them
it's
on
not
TV.
their fault that the actor they hired to play Kang is now beating the hell out of his wife and stuff. But
there are people. I'm pretty sure that there are people feeding the executives false information.
Yes,
they want to know. Disney is completely artificial in the way that they create fiction now. It's all based on what they perceive to be trendy, where they feel that the public is going to be, and how much they can direct the public into liking one thing if they go into these specific KPIs.
Well, basically, everything we thought was just silly pulp fiction and Ian Fleming's novels, it turns out it's all real. All these organizations like Spectre and Thrush and all the, Hydra and Chaos, they really exist. The World Economic Forum, they're wanting to bring us down. And there's billionaires that want to destroy us. There's billionaires that have islands where they do horrible things. It's just we don't have a real James Bond anymore. So all we've got, the only hope we've got is this overweight guy that has orange skin and crazy looking hair. But I think he's our only hope. Well, obviously Jesus Christ, but if you don't believe in that, this guy, why is he doing it? He's almost 80. What does he have to gain? Is he going to become rich by becoming president? He already has gold stare.
Susan Wojcicki did not like it.
What happened? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Ken froze.
Hey, Gratu, if you can hear us, you froze, man.
Yeah. I think Susan Wojcicki wants you to stop.
Yeah, they plugged the pole. Yeah, they pulled the plug on him. There he is.
Okay, let me see when I start talking about Satanism backwards.
They gave you a
If you were a fan of the Muppets, you knew that the instant Marvel announced they had been bought by Disney.
Yeah. Wasn't there? Was an ABC series where it was all adults, right? Wasn't there? Because ABC, and Disney have been in bed since 19.
They made it like The Office. They made the Muppets like The Office.
Yeah. You don't do that shit. I'm sorry. Don't do that shenanigans. I need to. I'm trying to. I don't know if you noticed. Trying to not curse on my show. It's Anyway, this is the one where I believe that came from.
That's my favorite one right there.
That is a long time ago.
And I don't really remember it. Later on, the calendars were specific to characters, like because they were on TV, like there'd be a whole Hulk calendar, I think, and they had a Doctor Strange calendar. But I remember this, I think, was the first one. There might have been a 74 one. I don't know. I didn't get the 76 one. 76. I was very limited in where I went when we lived in Tacoma, Washington. There was the PX, and that was it. That's the only place we ever went. We hardly ever left the Army base in Tacoma, Washington. But this one, the 75 calendar, is the one that's got the. And You know,
I keep that one
calendars
up
can
in
be
my-
reused every few years. I mean, I guess you realize that. Let's see, April, today's the 12th. No, it was on a Saturday then. But if you keep all your calendars, eventually you can reuse them because the days
That's
are
what
on
I'm
the
doing.
same days. You know, if you're all right. So yeah, these are all really cool, and it doesn't matter if you just have a calendar hanging up and it's dated 1975. I think that's actually a kind of a cool touch for a comic book room. This is Barry Smith had long since left Marvel doing Conan. Maybe this was left over from then, or maybe he came back and did this for. And I imagine, obviously, that monster page is going to be the October page.
Classic.
Yeah, they're going to actually try to release a Kraven the Hunter movie without Spider-Man in it, and it's just mental illness, man.
Yeah, but at least he's going to be an animal activist and an environmentalist.
Oh,
so there's going to be a message for the modern audience
that will never see it any more than they saw Morbius. Okay, here we go. This is the one that. See, on Instagram, I get on there occasionally, and I'll post a bunch of pictures, and I don't write, necessarily who's what, and sometimes I don't even remember some of the pinups, the names of them that I post, and I just don't even really care. In fact, I'm about to ready to just give up on Instagram. And all of these social media platforms run by these communists. Did I just show this?
No.
It's about to take out Santa Claus accidentally. Yeah, these are fun, and this is something, I remember getting it as a Christmas present and Christmas of I'm thinking there's a 1970. Oh, okay, 70. I keep thinking 75 is when I was in Tacoma, but I forget that 1975 started when I was in fourth grade, halfway through. So, because I remember getting this in San Antonio, and those were good memories. Third and fourth grade. That's when I got into everything wonderful. The superheroes before I was just only into the monsters pretty much, and Star Trek and Planet of the Apes and everything like that. Did I show you this? John Goris also did this. Ratu have a galactic birthday, and on the back, R2, is that a joint you're smoking on 420? I remember the art used to make us do this. You'd have black ink on it, and you'd scratch it off. Because my birthday, unfortunately, hippies have tried to take it over and turn it into some marijuana holiday, 420. And before that, everyone was hijacking it and doing horrible things on my birthday or the day before. They would blow up the FBI building in Oklahoma. Then the next year, Columbine would happen on my birthday. And then they would burn up the Branch Davidians. They'd set that compound on fire on my birthday. Bill Clinton did that. And it's like, why is it on my birthday? I come home from work, it's like, what horrible thing has happened today for these Satan worshipers to celebrate my birthday?
Because that's when Adolf Hitler was born.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I think that's why the stuff happens, because these people feed off that. And it's like, oh, it's Hitler's birthday. Let's get our guns and hide them under our trench coat. That's the kind of thing. I got this at Target a few years ago. So that was the 18 minutes I talked about Satan.
That probably wasn't being fair to you. I do apologize. It isn't first, and in that regard, I did prod you with one of my comments about the Muppets. So
so was Englantine. I mean, it's just the same stuff that the Nerdrotic show that has like 5 billion viewers on Friday. They talk about all this stuff all the time from the point of view of all of pop cultures being screwed up by people that are Satanists and or think they are. And it's it's actually infected the comics more than I realized. You know, it's been in the comics. It's not a recent thing. It was in the comics when I was a kid, and I guess I didn't. I mean, because I was buying a comic called The Son of Satan, and in The Watchmen, or was it Kingdom Come? No, it was in Watchmen. There was a character called Moloch, and there was. He's like, who knows who Moloch is unless you're some Bible scholar or you're some freaking British warlock with a beard down to here that knows all this stuff because you're into it and you're having fun putting it in comics aimed at 12-year-olds. That's the other thing that pisses people off, because I know in Europe comics are for adults.
Not even comics. We learn about when we study the reason why the Romans invaded Carthage in high school. It was because the Romans had a bit of a problem with human sacrifice compared to the rest of compared to what the Celts were doing and what the Phoenicians were doing. And one of the reasons they destroyed Carthage was because they wanted to stop the human sacrifice going there, because the Carthaginians were cultural descendants of the Phoenicians.
Yeah. Well, my wife was saying
the reason they ended the Druids was because the Druids did practice human sacrifice.
My wife's saying you're probably used to me talking about it, and you're probably thinking of the LeVay types people, but we're thinking of psycho elites.
Yeah,
and
but
maybe it just seems like I'm always on it. But I think I'm sticking to comics. But what I'm doing is I'm also talking about my life, because my birthday is coming up the next week, and I'm thinking about life. And to me, the show's called The Four Color Fossils. And to me, when old people sit around in a diner or in a few years in a nursing home and they talk, they talk about comics, and then they circle around, they talk about other things, and it's like, I remember that when I was in third grade and I was living in this time, and that probably doesn't mean a damn thing to most people out there, and I realize it. So I probably need to keep that on my channel, and I probably need to stay off of Four Color Fossils, because it sounds like I'm just pissing off people. And lately I haven't even had any comics to show, because I don't have any new comics, because I'm not I don't know. And so
well, the thing about the fossils is that because there's so many of us, and if we stray off topic, we do stay along.
I was the last one. Sure. I wasn't holding up anybody.
Sure.
It took me till the very end. In fact, I finally got on, and they said, "Oh, well, we'll stay." Well, yeah, you're finally on. Well, and I'm sorry I was straying off. It looks like I'm still talking, but let me see what I'm talking about now, because it looks like Mickey Mouse, and I guess that's still sort of comic related, because I think he's a comic character. Mickey Mouse. It's a 1931 reprint with the mark of the beast on it. But that's terrible to have. You know,
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Get it at Target. You know, I can't afford the real thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to show. I found some of these hot rod magazines somewhere. I find stuff everywhere, but I don't really have new comic books because I can't afford them. But at least, it's good to find other stuff that you've already bought, and then you don't have to spend money.
I thought about getting a word in here, but I ended up not to, because the thing is, if I start talking about cars, I also have a hard time stopping. So if it wasn't the place for me to start talking about cars.
That's up to Graphic Man, because it's his show. I was just showing these because to me, cars are part of the same culture, because cars, hot rods, surfing, comic books, trading cards, bubblegum cards, baseball, toys, everything that would fascinate a 10, 11, 12-year-old in the 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s, all the stuff that would have been gathered up when that kid went off to the Korean War or the Vietnam War and thrown away, lunch boxes, whatever. That is what I'm fascinated by. That all of that kid culture. Now, that just made me think of something. When I talk about these people that like to hunt down and slab key issues, what they may remind me of, because I've been around a long time, are these people that I heard of that would look through, you know how they have Vietnam veteran memorials with all the names of the people that died? These collectors would write down all the names of people that died that were in their area and contact their parents to see if they still had that Munster's lunchbox or that Tom Corbett or that Lone Ranger lunchbox, because probably they did, because it was still sitting in the kitchen and they just couldn't bear to throw it away. And that brings me to tears that these people would descend like vultures on the parents of people that died in combat to get those lunch boxes that have now gone down in value, and all of this will go down in value, and you can be paying millions of dollars for your comic collection. Enjoy it. You should have them out of plastic so you can read them, because they're not going to keep that value. I'm telling you, look back 100 years, the people that were the big movie stars. You go in a mall, no one knows who Theda Bara is. But if you went back to 1915 in your town square, everyone would know who she was. And yeah, Spider-Man will probably still be around. I just don't think that the comic market will sustain itself. There's not a replacement generation of people that care. There are just these people that want to invest, and it's going to collapse, but it probably will collapse after you pass on. So that's, I guess, your kids or your descendants, how they'll deal with all these little pieces of paper encased in plastic. But it's going to be like the Big Little books, and it's just like, everything. You think, wow, gosh, I'm real big on the internet. I've got over 500 subscribers. But it's like you're big on history. But, the Roman emperors would be marched along in this parade. And then there would be someone whispering in their ear that all of this will pass, that glory is fleeting, and we're all going to be gone. And we can build up these collections and everything, and it's like it helps. It's fun and everything, but these people that encase them in plastic, I think it's insane. But I don't want to hurt. It's kind of hard not to hurt their feelings when I say I think it's insane. But I just kind of don't want to be I just like if there was someone that lived in town with me that was a fellow comic collector and all their comics were in plastic, I wouldn't have a lot to talk to them about, because any more than I would talking to someone that was into hockey. It's like I might be able to watch a hockey game with them just to watch the fights, but I don't know any of the players, and I can't understand the way they think. They might love this comic that I love, but they love it only for the cover, and that's why it drives me crazy. And I guess I need to get out more and not watch as much YouTube and see these people. But let me see what goes on at the end. And what else are people saying about me after the show?
Not much. There was just a little complaint that you went a little overboard, and it was probably me. I think it was me mentioned that you were going on with the Satanist. So there's, as I said, I'm not listening to. I'm not being fair. And I should apologize for that.
But did anyone defend me at all, or everyone agreed that I'm just an a-hole?
Here's the thing. It didn't really matter that you went a little overboard, because we would get over it. So
yeah, but.
It doesn't matter, because it's Graphic Man's show. I mean, I've been wanting to say this for a long time. So this is Paulo's opinion. and he's retelling, what the
Well,
conversation was about.
Graphic
But
Man
none of this
saying that I
matters
was a pest
because
on his
it's
show?
Micah's show. So Micah can, if he doesn't like what you're doing, Gratu, Micah will let you know.
Yeah, I'm
I
sure
don't.
he would have
and
called
so
me.
the audience, I believe, loves you, and I enjoy your content, and I haven't seen anything wrong with this clip. I haven't seen too much politics.
Well, let me
I would
just
like
see
to
the
see
rest.
more of the racing magazines. I would like to see those slower, and then I would like to hear Paulo talking about the cars because I like.
Absolutely, yeah, but we didn't have time. It was like getting late. Yeah, let me
But that's
see
just
the
my
end of it.
opinion. My opinion is that it's
My life
Micah's
when I
show.
bought everything. Yeah, here's a.
I wouldn't worry
It's
about
kind
it.
of a nice thing of this Grizzly Adams idiot.
Oh, wow.
Look at that painting.
I wonder whatever happened to him.
Well, I'm sure he died, but what else he did, I don't know. I mean, what else can the guy do? That's
I mean,
kind of
after
an
that,
asshole.
I know he burned his beard when he was at a restaurant. He was drinking these shots that were on. He lit him on fire, and he was drinking them, and he lit his whole face on fire.
What?
Yeah.
And I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Look at those bedroom eyes on Lauren Green there. It's like a vampire.
I remember that record he did, that song he did, Ringo. That was pretty good.
Oh yeah, that's the whole theme of this episode, right? I didn't see the beginning. I was watching it at the restaurant.
Indirectly.
So this brings it all full circle back to Ringo, right?
That's right.
And here's some baseball for those of you baseball lovers. First airing of Gone with the Wind and blah blah.
Yeah, you'll never see that again.
On television, yeah. That's probably true. If the syrup's gone, they're probably not. Ted Turner used to air that all the time. He's an ultra liberal, but that's because he was from the South. But I don't know, is that guy even still alive? Ted Turner. He was one of the scum. But I don't know. I probably that was my phone. Probably I don't have anything else interesting to say except I'm going to be doing an ad for Gotham City Comics that'll go in Monster Bash. I got to put that together, and so I'll be getting from Gotham City Comics at some point soon, and that'll make for an episode of interest or two. But other than that, nothing.
That's communism.
Just watching the world destroy and being incredibly, I don't know. Hopefully I'll come out of this funk.
Well, based on that, I guess we'll wrap this up. I know Jambo was texting me that he had to slip out.
Yeah, I gotta go too. Wife is texting me.
No problem. Guys, we've done over 2 hours. I think that's enough damage for one night.
There's 4 people and wondered if we could make it past half an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out the chat here. It does mean something to talk about. I'm sorry, it's all highlighted blue. I can't read it. What? It does. Oh, man. It does mean something to talk about old times with people, but people have different opinions, Okay. I guess that's some, I don't know what they're talking about, but he can have his opinion too. That's my wife talking. And does that mean me? He can have his and people don't need to shut him down, especially in his own show. If someone's shutting me down, what? What is that referring? What is it referring to?
I think Captain Beyond mentioned earlier that you should see what goes on in video game channels. So it's probably used to watching stuff where everybody's taking pot shots at each other, which is what goes on in the gaming.
Okay, and then he says, "That's right. It is his channel, and all power to him. But if this guy, that must mean me, can't take criticism." And I won't criticize that criticism is misspelled, but if you can't take criticism, the internet is not for him, I guess. I hope he has a nice birthday. I will not say anything more. Yeah, fuck you. And then Jackson Roy Kirk says, nobody said anything one way or the other. I think everyone felt bad that you left.
Right. That is true. Everybody.
Oh,
We got it
last night.
last night. Yeah, yesterday
Strange
we.
Life left for most of the show.
I was
Yeah,
hoping that if he wasn't there, because he's the one who mentioned that he was timing you, that he was hoping that that you'd come back. We did want you to come back.
I don't know why. I've seen
Here's
you
the
go
thing.
on longer rants in the past as Friar.
I think it's
More
normal.
fuel for the fire.
It happens sometimes that we get on each other's nerves for one reason or another. So maybe we all reacted badly to you going on at the end of the show last week, but
So I shouldn't have come on. I should have just.
nobody was upset with you on the long term, and nobody.
Well, it looked like it looked like I might have been a little more enthusiastic than I normally am, but it sounded like the same kind of stuff that I normally say, and I was showing books. What the heck is this? Meyer's saying he got disconnected. Can I repost the link in the chat? Yeah, yes, I'm doing that now, Meyer. I don't know. I guess for some reason I'm disturbed that we're on the brink of war. I don't know why anyone would be upset by that. It seems
look, they're closer to me, and I don't think there's going to be a nuclear war. There's nobody's going to drop a nuclear bomb in Europe, and we're more likely to have conflict on the ground in Europe than than ICBMs flying over between Russia and the United States.
conflict on the ground is pretty nasty too.
It is. Look, we have a couple of tens of thousands of Ukrainians that came to Portugal because of the war. There are people being displaced here, and the Russians did capture a bunch of children in the Donbass region and took them to re-education camps in eastern Russia.
Yeah.
So
the
notion that the Russians are feeling aggrieved here, nobody's buying it.
Yeah.
The Russians wanted to take control of Crimea, and they did. Just as they're propping up Transnistria inside Moldavia, just as they're propping up the Ossetians in Georgia, and just as they were using the Armenia to invade the Nagorno-Karabakh region in Azerbaijan, which is kind of funny that Turkey ends up siding with Russia because the Russians are arming the Armenians. That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I have no idea what's going on over there. Except I don't think the United States needs to be involved.
Another comic book shop.
No, it's like I said, we should be involved without the United States. But our politicians.
Pressing over there, so I'll
do you have any idea how freaked out we all were in 1992?
I forgot the name of the store.
Because of the war in Bosnia.
Okay.
And it had nothing to do with us. It didn't spill over anywhere. But it was like the Soviet Union falls, and we were expecting now here comes the age of peace and prosperity.
Another round.
And instead, Yugoslavia breaks up, and they all start.
Okay, we lost Meyer. He's having some trouble.
Okay. I want to hear what happened last night here.
That'll take up 45.
Yeah, see, it got to be 45 minutes.
We'll cover too, yeah.
So is that what you guys were talking about after the show? Is that I went on for 45 minutes?
I didn't go for 45. I think you mentioned 28.
What else? It'd be like that too, and take up.
You did apologize in the middle of it.
I'm kidding.
I'm
just kidding.
You remember that, right?
No, 28 and a half.
I don't know how long you went. It didn't feel long to me, but about halfway through, you said, I may go long.
I got a timer here where
you said that.
Hold on. Okay, there you go. What is it?
I said that you apologized like halfway through, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was
you hear me okay?
apologizing for last
Yeah,
week. I had
you said,
planned to
yeah.
apologize if I had had a chance to have a turn. I was going to say last week I was a little bit animated. I was going to,
No.
and I was going to say I went on for a long time, but
Well,
I
you
was
you
kind
did.
of, I was
Go
kind
ahead.
You
of
did it.
side, I wasn't given a
Yeah, but
chance to.
no. But
Well, no,
yesterday
what I'm
nobody
saying is
was.
that you apologized during that
Yeah.
the appearance. You said, I feel like I might be going a bit long. If I'm going too long, just count this as 2 turns. You said that, and then you only went for like 4 or 5 more minutes after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is,
Yeah.
but nobody even remembered yesterday, except when you mentioned that you went on a little too long. Strange Life said that he timed you,
Oh, I didn't
and
mention
that
it.
you.
No. Let's listen to this again. It was not brought up by me. This isn't my turn. I'm not even talking here. The only thing I asked about was that television set there. I asked if it was a bank. That's the only way I even
Yeah,
talk.
there's TV set.
Listen, is it a bank? What is that?
This
thing?
over here?
There, yeah.
It is a toy television set. I thought it was one of those one-armed bandits.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not a real TV set. I think that they had rolls of pictures
yeah.
that you crank it or something like that. But this is a great. I'm glad that I got this. So
That's a beautiful cover too. Yeah.
yeah, Jambo can bring me now. Let's see, what else did I show? I don't want to be like Ratu and take up 45 minutes.
What?
I'm kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
Did I go that long?
No. 2.5 minutes.
I went that long?
Yeah, 28 and a half minutes. I got a timer here that I use for myself so I don't go overboard.
Oh, I didn't realize. I apologize.
Oh
Guys.
no, that doesn't
I
matter,
was
man.
last
You
week. I
were,
was just I hadn't talked to anyone. And
yeah,
I thought I hadn't been. I came on late, so I guess I thought I was doing 2 turns, and I was ranting.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta be able to let stuff out.
Oh, sure. Day.
Oh, don't do that, man. You got stuff to show it, man. I'm just yanking your chain, playing with you. That's all.
That's a beautiful cover. Very cool.
This needs to be pressed. It's got a big wave in it. It's not creased or anything. But
Yeah. Looks good though. What number is that one, Captain? Do you know?
It's number 101.
So, at this point, I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. I was like, it wasn't that I was furious. I was in shock. I was really in shock, and then I just thought, I was kind of trembling, and I thought, I don't want to get into a confrontation, so I just hit the X and zeroed out of it, and then I went downstairs and brushed my teeth, and went upstairs to hang out with my wife and watch a movie. And then I replayed this part for my wife, and Captain Strange Life, while I was brushing my teeth, was trying to text me and call me, and Eric Breen and Graphic Man were putting in the chat for me to come back, or I don't remember if it was a text or what, but I could not come on, and it really hurt me is what it was. And it's the night before my birthday, and it's still bothering me. And now I'm having a fucked up birthday because I go on a show to hang out with my friends. And now I hear that my friends were talking about me last week. And all I do is talk about Satanism in the world. And I heard myself mention it for about 30 seconds. And I thought I was talking to people that, for the most part, have a similar mindset to me and could understand where I'm coming from, and if you believe that he says I was recording myself and the timer kept going, so that's how I knew. But I don't know if but he was like 4 people ahead, that means he was timing all of you, including you.
Yes, but
Although you were being timed, and he's looking to see, am I getting as much time as everyone else? And why is this guy who's nobody and isn't like, and
I don't think.
he is aristocracy of the comic book world.
Yeah,
He's been
okay.
on YouTube since it was invented. And so, yes, absolutely, he's a great guy and everything, but he's wondering why is this guy, this nut, being given half an hour when I had to just talk for a little bit. And that's
Yeah.
what I think it's about. I don't know.
Okay.
I just feel like I feel like I'm in junior high school, and I'm
Yeah,
not.
but
The cool crowd doesn't like me, and they're talking about me. That's just how I feel, and it's not a good feeling, and it's not a good way to spend your birthday, to find out that your friends may not really be your friends.
no, I'm pretty sure that nobody wanted to upset you. If we were annoyed for any reason that you may have gone on a little bit too long, and even I misunderstood what went on, because replaying this, it's not what I remembered.
Well, I was trying to help
yeah.
you guys out,
Mhm.
because obviously, and it's, I think John Goris put it in the chat there. Well, if he's not welcome, and it's just like, it felt like, well, I didn't hear really too many people sticking up for me. Oh, he didn't go on that. I didn't hear. It's like, oh, well, whatever he says must be true. It's like, okay, well, and it was fine. The show went on along. People had lots of time to show their books. I had some really great books that I guess I'm not going to show this episode. I'll show them next episode. Whatever. I had planned to show some really good stuff last night, but I just felt like I wasn't welcome. You can say you're overreacting. He's just kidding. He's just yanking your chain. Well, I don't like having my chain yanked. I'm not a dog. And it's like to say, well, you went on 45 minutes. No, actually, it was 25 minutes and 24 seconds. And it's like, I wasn't really timing you. It was just I happened to have the timer on because I had gone 4 people ahead.
But I don't think he was trying he was trying to upset you, and neither was I. Like I said, we may have been misremembering. Maybe it was because the show usually ends after a bit before 2 hours, and we went a little bit overboard on the time, and we were all tired. I certainly was.
I was tired. At any point,
but
man can say, "Hey,
actually, we
Graphic Man didn't wind it up," so I assume Graphic Man was
Sure.
entertained. He's the king. It's his
Yeah,
channel.
okay,
He
yes,
can go
definitely.
to 1 a.m. if he wants to. But I thought, well, if I'm going too long, I was just like, plus staring at a screen for an hour, furious at your computer, wondering if it'll ever work again, or if the computer's just dead. And then I finally get in, and it's like I'm frantic. I want to talk, and it's like I haven't talked to anyone since the week before, and I'm excited. I'm with people that share a similar viewpoint in the world, into the same stuff, and I just talked too much. I was going to apologize, but he put me in a position where I couldn't apologize, because when it came to be my turn, all I could do, if I had stayed on, is stammer and say, if I had stayed on the show and hadn't just bowed out. I mean, I could have gotten angry at that point, which would have been real bad. I could have just, I'm just gone. And then people went, where did he go? Well, maybe he's angry. That was the option I took. The other option is to wait for my turn. And then what was I going to say? Was I going to completely ignore that? How would you have handled it, Paulo?
Yeah.
If I had said that I timed you last week,
well,
and I said you went on for 45 minutes. Actually, it was accidental. It was just an innocent thing that I timed you. How would you react to that? Would that hurt your feelings?
Well, probably not. But I am used to dealing.
Just a pussy.
Sure, but no, that's not
Sure.
that. In my case, I am used to dealing with limited amounts of time and space to do things because of my profession.
Yeah.
So I know that you have to, and I know how to get to the. I've learned throughout the years how to get to the point in a specific time and know where I can stretch and where I can't, and and the way that I do my contribution to Michael's show, and because I'm not taking out my comics out of the shelf, and I'm doing something different, and I know that I'm talking about things that may not be familiar to most of the people. I try not. I know that it can get boring because of the lack of familiarity, and I try to make it as exciting as possible, and I try not to go overboard myself. So
what you're doing is a historical presentation. You're trying to show us here how important European comics are and how great they are. You have a slideshow and you're showing these comics. A lot of them you've never read, or you might have read them, but you know the covers, you know the history of the comic and the company, and you could tell us about it. But some of them you haven't read. But it's different when someone holds up a comic that they've had for 50 something years, and they talk about the emotional connection they have to this, that their mother bought for them, and they remember where they were, and they're touching this object that goes back decades, and it brings you these feelings. You're showing pictures, so there's a little bit of detachment. So you're more like a college professor. I'm more like someone holding up the Declaration of Independence, or some priest showing, here's the Dead Sea Scrolls. I have this emotional attachment to it, so I tend to want to talk about, this is where I was, and this is how I felt when I got this comic. That's what these people that hold up the slabs that they get, here's this one, I just paid $7,000. It was a real deal. I got this, and blah, blah, blah. And they're millionaires, and they've got all these great comics, but they don't have that childhood connection that Dr. Silverage and Shannon and Graphic Man have. And so I thought that, because I've heard like Eric Breen talk about me on England Teen Show, and he said, well, it's really cool the way he can talk about something, and then he goes off in this other area and then talks about this that's related to it, and then he winds up circling back, and he says it's really fascinating. I was so honored by the way he described it, and it's something I learned in teaching for decades, that tell stories. And then I realized, my friends are just as bored by my stories as a lot of some of my students were.
No, that's not true.
Students were fascinated, but
I guess at the time of the day, maybe we all overreacted, but we were. This is not something that we were going to be upset over. I don't think that when Strange Life mentioned that he timed you, that he was trying to that he was complaining. I think he was just mentioning it. It didn't mean. I don't think he meant anything by it. Yesterday when you left, we all wanted you to come back, and we didn't want you to be upset at all. So if I contributed to it from my part, I do apologize. I never wanted to make you feel bad.
No, it's okay. I'm just always going to think, am I being timed? And now I almost feel like I should time myself. And it's just taken some of the fun out of it when it's like now I'm in Richard Nixon's Oval Office. Now I'm a little more aware. Maybe I should watch what I say because I know there's a recorder going. Of course, that was with every president. They set up Nixon. We know that now. He was actually a good president. You may not subscribe to that because the propaganda, everything is bullshit that we've been taught. It's like the Firesign Theater. Everything is wrong. We know history, but how can we be sure that history is true? Because history has been told to us by the winners. And if Japan had won World War II and they took over the western part of the United States, and Meyer was living in Japan right now, in San Francisco, Japan, the history books would read very differently. We cut off all the oil supply to Japan. That's why they bombed Pearl Harbor, and the president knew they were going to bomb Pearl Harbor and let what, 4,000 sailors die, so the Americans would be pissed off enough to line up to join because we were isolationists. So when you hear the history told that way, you go, oh shit, I thought Roosevelt was this great hero. And he let people die just because that's the only way, because we knew we had to get into the war. And it's like you cut off every bit of oil to a country, an island country, and blockade it, and you don't expect them to retaliate in some way. I mean, everything we're taught is there's another viewpoint, because I mean, you can make a case that Hitler is absolute evil, but evil, it's like the people usually. Now, some of these people like Hillary Clinton and Biden, I think they may be they know what they're doing is wrong and they don't give a shit. But I think in history, a lot of times the people we look at as the bad guys, they thought they were the good guys. It's not like we're the bad guys. It's not the way comic books and books that are written very simplistically. The bad guy, I'm the bad guy. I want to destroy the world. And for no reason. In reality, the bad guys think they're doing right. They have a reason for doing it. They think it's helping and that's why in some of the Marvel comics, it's like Dr. Doom. He thought he was the good guy. He was helping out his country. Or the way that Magneto was written in X-Men originally, it was the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. He was just solid evil. But then it was written with more nuance, and in the movies, it became the Brotherhood of Mutants. They dropped evil. And it's like, well, Magneto isn't really a bad guy. It's really more like he's Malcolm X, and Professor X is more like Martin Luther King. They're both trying to achieve the same goals. They both want good things to happen. Magneto thinks he needs to do things a little more violently to achieve these good goals. And so that's what makes fiction more interesting, is when the bad guy has good characteristics. Otherwise, it's just cheeseball. But I think there are total evil people that really want to fuck us up, like Klaus Schwab. Unfortunately, there are total evil, but I don't even know why I'm talking about this. I have no idea but the point is, history is a lot of it's bullshit. And you know that. And so when people tell me Putin is total evil, I wonder, is he? Well, he started with the KGB. Really? Was he forced into it?
No.
Really? Okay, he was killing people in the KGB. Really?
Not really. He was a...
Well, I think a lot of people in the United States killed people in World War II. It's like they were killing people right and left. Well, we bombed Dresden. That was pretty bad. I mean, who's to say? We're told Putin is total evil. I hear him talk, and he seems totally rational. I haven't lived in Russia. I've met people that lived in Russia. They say, hey, it's pretty good over there. The substitute teacher came to my school. We talked, and I said, I was taught Russia was horrible and godless and all this. And she said, yeah, we were taught the same thing about you. It's all bullshit. And she said, the only thing I can really think that's really different is that over in Russia, people laugh at us. She said this Russian comedian came over to the U.S. and went back and told this routine about the United States. He says, and he got the biggest laugh when he told about this whole aisle in the supermarket. The fuck? Oh, that's my wife's. See, the whole aisle. We're going to go eat here in a second. I'll log off, Cleo. But I was wondering where that noise was coming from. There was a whole aisle of food for dogs and cats. And this comedian thought that was ridiculous. And he told the Russian audiences, because there they feed the dogs and cats table scraps. That's like complete alien thought that you would actually have packaged food for dogs and cats and have a whole aisle devoted to it. That's the differences. I don't know. I mean, it seems like there's part of Ukraine, they speak Russian. That used to be Russia, and they're being fucked with and killed by the Ukrainians who are actual no. And it seems like if I was Putin, I would not like biochemical labs set up along my border where they're making things that will specifically kill
that part
people
is
of
true.
Russian
Here's the thing: if there were Nazis in Mexico, should the United States invade Mexico?
We shouldn't be there. We shouldn't be in
No,
Mexico.
okay, but
we shouldn't be in the Ukraine.
Okay, but the Mexicans are sending drugs to the United States. Why don't you invade Mexico?
That actually does need to be dealt with, but I don't know how much our government has to do with that too. I mean,
would you rather that the Mexican state deal with the drug problem that they have? So what if there are not Nazis in Ukraine? Why does it have to be Russia who has to deal with the Ukrainian Nazis?
Trump got the Mexican president to start dealing with it, and
it's not working because they all moved to the United States now.
Of people in and. Graphic Man join the chat. Oh, I don't even see because I haven't been looking at the chat. Okay, let me see what's going on in the chat, guys. Didn't have yes. Let's see. I'm not trying to pot stir and true. I can't really understand. I can barely read.
Here's the deal. You're dealing with the fallout of someone in their OCD bullshit. And it's just like affecting you in a way that is probably great for them.
Oh, okay. So in other words, I'm just making people happy by being upset. No, I think you're trying to help, but this is you talking, but sometimes people are weird and one can only brush things off so many times.
Haven't you brushed a lot of shit off?
Yeah, the stuff I haven't mentioned, but I don't, because I don't even remember it, honestly. But yeah, there have been a lot of things.
Because maybe we're not fucking taking, record of it.
Yeah, or timing. Gratu has been brushing off the weirdness on several occasions. Sometimes you just get someone on the wrong day and they finally react. Well, I have a lot of wrong days, but I have a temper. If you push me too far, I've got that Irish temper. Yeah, I don't know the other stuff.
But you better take everybody's bullshit, buddy, because you're on the internet. Yeah, internet. Fuck you. Happy birthday, by the way.
Yeah. Well, that's true. Yeah, if you're on the internet, you better just get a tough skin. You know.
You better bend over, bitch.
Oh, you should have been on. You should have been on the old internet blood sports shows.
I think
where everybody was talking shit about each other.
Let's see.
I'm not angry. I think people are fucking idiots.
Shit. So that's why you need to have your own channel, because a Graphic Man says, "Hey, Colty," and I didn't see Graphic Man on here. I think Britain and certain WEF people want us to hate Russia. Yeah, that we're definitely. I don't know any reason. I don't live in Portugal, so I don't live near Russia, but I don't have any reason to hate Russia. I don't know. I've been taught they were godless and they were atheists. Yeah, I was taught that in elementary school, and I was taught they were communists. But now they say communism is good, and they're trying to take God out of everything here. So it seems like we're becoming like they used to be when I was in elementary school, and it seems like they're becoming more free based on what the videos, because there's people have YouTube channels that live in Russia, and their supermarkets look a lot better than ours, and the food looks a lot healthier than ours, and it's like, hey, I don't know if what I'm being told is true.
In Russia, they don't believe in personal freedom. They never did.
Okay, they don't believe in personal freedom here. I mean,
but you used to.
I mean, how much can you?
And in Western Europe, we've been taking a lot of guidance from you in the past 100 years, and we want personal freedom. Yeah. When they said that, we're bringing freedom and democracy to Iraq. And the Iraqis never wanted freedom and democracy because those are incompatible with Islam.
Well, look, we were lied to. I mean, they told Saddam Hussein, "Go on in, it's okay," and then he goes into this land that I think used to be his. I could be wrong. And then it's like, "How dare you do that?" And he has weapons of mass destruction, which was bullshit. Oh, they're throwing babies out of the incubators. They had some girl that was the daughter of somebody go in and cry and say that, which was all bullshit. And A lot of people are suffering, including people here present tonight, because of all that bullshit.
I mean,
Well, in Iraq, you can blame the British.
And I am, trust me, the people in the United States don't believe everything our leaders tell us. But in not Iraq, everyone was for that war. And we know it's for, and really what's about to happen is all the oil's traded in American dollars, and everybody is like getting, let's not do that anymore. And the United States is going to collapse, and then there's going to be nobody to protect you. When the United States goes, we're the last bastion of freedom, and we're 90% taken over by evil people. And you can see they're evil in their fate. I mean, they're clearly evil. But let me see what's going on here. I just wanted to see, because my wife is standing here like, let's go eat. But I was, no, she just fired up about, but let me see what happens here. Okay, so I was told that I talked for 45 minutes, and then I was told, no, it was only 28.4 seconds or so, 28 minutes, and I don't know.
From 1948.
Anyway, that's whatever. And then I just got off because I was upset. And then let's see, those IRS comics. That was insane, Paul.
No, but
IRS comics.
Yeah, but he found the UK editions. He showed me. He sent me a message on Instagram. Joe did. He found the UK editions in the US. So
yeah,
that's a love letter.
All right. So anyway,
back.
I got some funny things to
what
say.
a trollop.
Hold on. Let me pause this.
One night.
You say things that trigger people. So had you not crossed paths with strange life, maybe he would still be wearing his fucking mask. Maybe he would still be getting boosters. You know?
Oh no! Don't get into that. Look, don't even say that on YouTube.
No, I'm just saying. So people, they get cognitive dissonance. They get angry.
I would say things politically that would bother. Like I would say, I would go on my show and make fun of people that drive around in their car. Oh, that's the dog. I thought it was a bat. I would say, like, I see people driving around individually in their car wearing masks. And then he got real mad on his show. I heard people on YouTube talking about, sometimes I do. It's like, well, I didn't mean to offend you. And I actually apologized to him. I said, I think you were talking about me because I was joking about people wearing masks. That was at the height of all that BS. And it's like, I think some of my politics get to him. And then later it's kind of obvious that, because eventually it's going to be kind of, everyone's going to kind of, right now I seem like a crazy nut. Like, I'm not going to compare myself to John the Baptist, but eventually everyone's going to realize, oh, that stuff that he said was true. It may be after we're dead and we're looking down and realize, oh yeah, that was happening. I don't know. I just hope there's not reincarnation, because we have to come back into the next level of shit as it disintegrates. Can you imagine? Then you got to rebuild your whole comic collection from scratch. And it's horrible. But anyway, blah, blah. I just wanted to hear, when he came back, he said something about
96.
I don't know. I don't even give a shit.
We now return you to your regularly scheduled machismo.
All right. We'll bring Captain back in. And
you missed the romance, Captain.
No, I was seeing it. I saw it. All
right.
You the man who got me started. And now I got Gratu mad at me.
I think you should have left earlier.
Did you talk to him?
I sent him a text, left a message, I sent his wife a text too. It's this, I got this little timer, that I use for myself.
Sure.
I put it down here so I know how long I'm going and stuff like that. And I use it on my videos. When he went on the last time, I just kept it going. That's all. I wasn't timing him. It just was like a fluke. And I just happened to notice that he was on. I don't,
Okay.
I apologize to him and everything, but I love Rack too. I love all his shows. I love everybody on this show, and it didn't matter to me if he's on there 15 minutes or 20 minutes, and that's Micah's the guy that handles all of
you
that.
guys rant. That kind of makes the show to me.
Yeah,
it's all staged. It's all staged.
Yeah, I got
What's up,
him,
Hans? Hans, how you doing?
Mike, how are you?
Now,
How's
Hey.
Chicago?
basically, he said, well, it's just a fluke because I was recording myself and then he came on right after me. Is that the way you interpret that? But I went back and looked at the show, and in between there was Paulo, there was Jambo. There were 4 or maybe 5 people in between his segment and mine, and that means he was recording all of you. I not recording, timing.
Yeah, I really don't
just
have a
don't like
problem.
being timed. I
guess.
I'm an idiot. I'm a lunatic. I'm crazy. I'm just who I am, and it's Graphic Man's show, but I just don't. All I know is I really love Graphic Man. I've always loved the show. I think he's a great guy, but he's starting to needle me. Just like I really love that guy in Canada that I had an argument. I don't talk to that guy anymore. I really thought he was like a brother. He was this nerdy guy that collected Cracked and Mad, and I could relate to this guy. He was a sweet guy. I talked with him all the time, and then he's just started to do these little things to needle me over and over again until I erupted.
Yeah, I remember.
He talked to my wife. Everyone, it was all peaches, but then he just, for some reason, he must have thought I am this nerd that's always been picked on. Here's a guy that's even more nerdy than me. Someone I can pick on, and it's like, no, you don't pick on me, not on my show. And then that was that night I interviewed the Lance Jones that does Guadalajara later in the show. And poor Graphic Man was in the show, and I was shouting all this obscenity, and Graphic Man was saying, "Oh, that's not meant towards," because he was in between like a referee. That poor guy, he is a saint. And I don't know. I just felt like, I guess I overreacted last night, but I didn't overreact. I didn't do anything except, really? I went that long? I was crestfallen, and then I just like clicked out. And it's like, you overreacted. Overreacted is like what my wife's doing right now. I could have done that last night.
Yeah, okay.
It would have made for a spectacular show, but I would probably never be invited back on.
Yeah, but trust me, nobody wanted to get you upset. Really, we all wanted you to come back, and we don't like that you're upset with us.
Well,
and let me assure you,
it's just
ever since I found
like
your
hearing
show,
that people were talking that I was talking for 18
sure,
minutes.
but maybe that day we were all upset, me included, and I shouldn't have. But let me tell you, ever since I found your show, I stuck around because you're a genuine person with a lot of love for the things that you grew up with, and all the culture around you, and you want to share that with us, and that's why I stayed here, and I like having you around.
I appreciate it, Paula. You're a great friend. I'm just wondering how does a normal person, because I'm not normal, how would a normal person react to that? Did I do the right thing, or should I just stay with it and just said, yeah, I am a cuck?
No, I reacted normally, but ultimately,
would you have done? You say you would have stayed on.
I would have, because to tell you the truth, I can use that as an information. I think I have a pretty good perspective on how much I'm talking and about what, and I do have an affinity for how much room I should have anytime that I'm going. But if you have a more specific information that I can use, okay, so this time you went on for 17 minutes, but you only showed 12 covers, and the other time you went on for 15 minutes, but you showed 22, and I can see, okay, do I need to talk a little bit more and show less, or do some things have some more specific information that I can talk about I don't
like
mind that in the same way.
That's like perfecting a seminar. That's like perfecting something so that you can present a seminar and time it out just right when you go to the next town. I thought we were just guys hanging out, having fun. And once we start timing each other, it starts to be like,
when I'm in a show with other people, it's actually easier to control myself when I'm in a show with other people. The reason why I don't bother doing my own videos is because I'm very unfocused if I'm talking to myself.
I'm not used to my friends that I had in college and in my adulthood were insane. And I'm not used to like figuring out the cultivated exact way of speaking with my friends. You will speak for 5 minutes and then I will respond for 5.
It doesn't have to be
You have
that.
no idea. And it's like I just like bullshit. I hate to use bull essing with my friends. And it's like I'm like sometimes Meyer might say, well, I only have like this one little thing to show. And then someone else might have a lot to show. Someone might be not feeling good and they might want to, tell, that night I wasn't feeling too good. So I was kind of trying to make, like, look, here's something I did with my life. I used to make these little magazines with these kids and they later, some of them became teachers. And look, I did something with my life. I was, I'm not just collecting these stupid comic books like a moron. And no, I mean, we're all morons, honestly, because we collect books made for 10-year-olds and we're almost 60. Well, you aren't. I mean, it's all lunacy if you look at it in the cosmic sense of it. We're like, I've got to get the full run of the comic, and then what's gonna happen? What's my wife gonna do with all this shit? Well, she can sell it, and she'll have a lot of money, and she'll get my retirement. But it's like, who dies with the most comic books? I guess I hate to be morbid about it, but I just want to have fun with my friends. And I find out, they all think I'm someone that doesn't like Satan. He doesn't like, that guy hates Satan. I don't know. He's talking about Satan too much just because Hillary Clinton sends emails where she says, I think I'd better sacrifice a chicken to Moloch tonight to make sure that legislation goes through tomorrow. And she fucking did. That was what was released in John Podesta's emails. That's why Trump was elected, because it came out 2 or 3 nights before the election. Yeah. And all this stuff about John Podesta, these mothers, I can't even get into all that shit. And it's all for real. They're all insane. And now I have met 2 people in my life that were transsexual in my entire life. They were both great people. I've met several friends over my life that were gay. They were all Republican. But now it's magically in the last few years, it seems like 40% of the teenage population are suddenly transsexual. It's trendy. It's all over TikTok. It's every day. Even if I don't go looking for it, I hear about it at least 15 to 20 times a day. Why are we because they want to reduce the population? They don't want people to have babies because people are bad for the environment? Is it because it's part of their religion? Because they have they've always sacrificed babies, back to the time of the Bible, these evil people. Is that the way they do it? By mutilating these what the fuck are they talking about? Changing the sex of a 3-year-old. If you're Christine Jorgensen, you're 28, 30 years old, whatever, you're some 60-year-old Olympic athlete. Great. Don't start doing that to kids. Don't even know. The fuck was that? I thought that was YouTube telling me you're wrong. You should not. But that's not your son calling.
Susan Wojcicki wants you to shut up.
I thought that was the YouTube police. I'm probably already in trouble with those fuckers. This is the most communist bullshit. YouTube. I need to go.
I gotta go. It was great seeing you, Paulo. I gotta go. I'm gonna be getting a bunch. I'm getting blasted by my daughter-in-law right now. I gotta call her.
That's all right. They're probably telling you get off that horrible show. Well, it's nice talking to you, Meyer, and I appreciate you calling me last night too. Meyer called to or texted me, and I called him to. He knew I was kind of in a bad mood. But very nice talking to you, Meyer. See you soon.
Good night, guys. Happy birthday.
And Graphic Man says, yes, I can. I think he means I keep it eclectic. We all show great random and many times never seen before stuff. And Jackson Roykirk says, L. I thought it was a censor.
It was censored.
I guess L is the short version of LOL.
Yeah. He's just
maybe it means Elohim. I don't know. I don't know. No, Paulo, I don't hold any grudge against you. I don't hold any grudge against Captain Strangelove, but I had to talk it out because I keep that shit bottled up in me, and it'll come out in not a good way. So now I feel purged of it. Captain Strangelove wasn't here. He's probably going to be pissed watching the show if he does. I think he's a great guy. I now forgive him, but I don't like being timed. But I'm going to start timing myself. I might become the official timer of the show. But I'm going to get I'm going to get a giant hourglass with sand.
No. You
like sands through the hourglass.
Flavor Flav is?
So too are the days of our lives. And when Paulo comes on, I turn it.
You do. No, you got to do it.
I just thought it was a dick move, man.
No, you do it like Flavor Flav. You wear an alarm clock around your neck.
Right. Yeah. Right there where the Planet of the Apes have that weird writing on their. I need to talk to Shannon. What does that mean on the chimps and on the orangutans? They've got this chest, this leather plate on their chest, and then there's letters that weird alien looking letters. It must mean something. So it means laugh.
Yell.
I'm telling you, the fossils get these chest timers. Anyway, yeah. It just. Graphic Man's here. Okay, cool. Graphic Man's here. We got plenty of. We got a few minutes, then we can still get.
I'm not even ready to go. I just came down here because I felt like things were getting really.
Oh, shit! You just came down to cause more trouble. Hey, Graphic Man, how are you? I'm sorry. I was doing a birthday show. I was going to show comics, but then I thought I need to rewatch what the heck I said a week before. And then Paula was saying, you don't realize you talked 18 minutes about Satan. And I watched it and I didn't. And Paula said, oh, I'm sorry. It just kind of seemed like it. And then I don't know. I felt like I was punched in the belly last night by that. And I just thought, I don't know how to come back from this. I'm just going to click off because I don't want to say something bad. And I don't want to just act like it didn't happen either, because I thought that was kind of insulting. I don't know. I hope I didn't mess the show. It looked like the show went great. Everyone.
Well, I do what you need to do. But I came on just basically to say hi, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Please reassure Colty that you guys can go out and eat any second now. I'm not here to stall or anything like that.
No, it's 6:50 here. The restaurant closes at 9, and it's 1 block from us.
Yeah.
Restaurants that close at 9. What a concept.
Well, I think the bar there stays open later. It's like that.
That's when we go out to dinner at 9.
Well, this isn't the way the United States is. This is the way a tiny town is.
Yeah.
It's just not normal. So, and they're only open Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. The restaurant doesn't. That's solely so.
And only for dinner.
It opens at 5 and it closes at 9. 3 days a week. The movie theater shows a movie 3 times a week. Once Friday, once Saturday. Didn't mean to flip you off. And once Sunday. So it's kind of surreal. It's an adjustment.
What's going on here?
But when the Chinese army invades, maybe we'll be safe here
for a while.
Yes.
What I've noticed is people make their own schedules however they please in this town.
People make their schedules the only way is what she's saying from the other room.
Mm-hmm. Do whatever they want.
Anyway, I guess I'm just achieving a rep. There's some guy, I forget who his name is, seems to kind of hate me now. What is his name? What was that guy's name? The guy with the girl from the Spire comic icon. Captain Beyond 777. He has I think that's a girl from that comic where it's like everyone needs Satan. Isn't that Spire comic where the 70s girls, and it's like Satan is cool, and then she's got like heart glasses, and the other girls, so I don't know about that. He's got that. Captain Beyond 777 says I should get off the internet if I can't get a thick skin. Oh well, that's probably true. Eric Brain Graphic, can you send me the link to?
I can. I just now saw that.
Can I talk to Eric for a little bit? Oh, you're just hanging out. Okay.
There
We
it is,
could
Eric.
really talk for another hour and still comfortably sit.
Well-
So Eric can come on. That's cool. Yeah. This is the most fucked up birthday.
I'm
Fudged up birthday.
I'm thrilled to see Bronco Bear in the crowd. It's great to see him.
Oh, yeah.
His schedule probably used to allow him to view both of our channels a whole lot more often, but he must have been tied up. I don't know if he recently married or what over there in Israel, but
Well, maybe he's more busy on Wednesday than on Thursday.
Could be. But it's, anyway, it's good to see him, and it's good to see you guys. I missed Meyer, and hope he's doing okay.
Meyer's just kind of hanging out. Yeah. He was more like what was it in Animal House Stork? It just kind of sat there and stared. No, yeah, well, yeah, it went into geopolitical politics somehow. Thanks for the warm welcome.
That's my fault. That's my fault.
Paulo got political, huh?
But see, my theory is I was trying to convince Paulo that it's not what's really happening is a war above. It's a satanic.
Sure.
It's not. It's a political thing. It's a satanic thing. And it's hard to convince someone that's an atheist of this.
Yeah.
But if you just understand that maybe you don't believe in it, but they do.
They sure
and
do.
If you think it doesn't exist, the fact that these evil people believe in this and are willing to do bad things in honor of something that you don't believe in.
Aristocrats always behaved differently. That was their prerogative. And that's kind of why the French then invented the guillotine.
Yeah.
But we kind of see with the absence of a hereditary aristocracy, the political parties are turning themselves into aristocratic organizations. But since they don't have they don't propagate the same way that regular aristocrats did. They kind of function like mafia families.
Yeah, but the aristocrats that gave birth to the legends of vampires that lived up in the castles on the hills, and kids would disappear from the villages. And so then it's like, oh, they must be vampires, and the kids never come back. Now we still have that today. We just don't think they're vampires. They're just like the kids still disappear, but they wind up on an island. You know, Jeffrey Epstein, 400 years ago, they would have thought he's a vampire. Why are all these kids disappearing? Here's Eric Green.
There's a TV miniseries starting on Portuguese TV about a kid that disappeared 20 years ago. Nobody found out nobody knew what happened to him. And his mom kind of kept his room as a shrine all these years. But there's been no trace of him, and he kind of stayed on the mind of the nation throughout that time.
Check Joe Biden's basement. Hey, Eric, how you doing?
Yeah, it's the kid's in his Corvette.
Eric's here to talk about Gil Kane, but go ahead.
Cool. No, I'm here to wish you a happy birthday.
Cool.
As happy as they can be at our age.
Yeah.
And to say, if you think you're having a bad day, I've got to go do a live stream for the top 5 top comics of the week in 2023. There are 5 good comics in a year.
Well, there was the Wiz reprint, the Avengers reprint.
Yeah, but those weren't this week.
Jason Aaron Avengers came out this week.
It's so bad. I'm actually coming out of retirement. I'm going to do a video with Wes complaining about how, it's like how somebody like me who maybe would want to get back into comics, how they're making it impossible. Yeah. And yes, it's Spider-Man inspired.
Why don't you put, do I have it here? You should show him this. Here's the new book that came out. Maybe the good new books are like homemade in someone's living room.
Oh, no doubt. I'm sure if I read that, Mary Jane doesn't have kids with another guy, and
Peter, are they doing that now?
Yeah. Yeah,
What
last
was
month
it before? It was what was it? Gwen Stacy was raped by the Green Goblin and had a
that
kid.
that was something they did years ago. They retconned that.
Yeah, but the fact that it ever happened,
Oh,
you just can't erase it. You
no,
know,
you can't. But you also, I said, I give props to the guy that undid it. But yeah, you can't put in comics. You can. Someone had a term called headcanon, and sometimes it helps because, like I said, yeah, in your headcanon, it never happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you read comics long enough, somebody will poop on your favorite story at some point.
Yeah,
it's inevitable. Like with the Avengers, the Korvac saga, I thought was phenomenal, but it's been done so many times in inferior versions through the years that I just, in my mind, none of those happened, so I can enjoy the original one for what it was.
Well, I live in a world where Crisis on Infinite Earths didn't happen. I don't like that all of those stories didn't happen that I grew up with, the Silver Age stories. I don't like that was all retconned. I just so I'm the ultimate Rip Van Winkle, that just fell asleep, and I want to keep things that way. And that's
wait a minute, there are 2 Jason Aaron comics in the stands this week, and they both suck.
What?
Jason Aaron,
Punisher, and part number 926 of his Avengers crossover.
Who is he now? Didn't he write Thor or something?
Yeah. He wrote he created Gore the God Butcher, which everybody said was fantastic. I don't know. I didn't read it.
Okay, all I know is I saw a YouTube channel once, and this guy was saying it's just common knowledge that the Jason Aaron era of Thor was the best. And I'm thinking, you're really over the Jack Kirby era? And it's like, and I just thought, well, Jason Aaron must be someone spectacular, and or that guy was just a total moron.
Here's the thing: Jason Aaron did it. He became known when he did a very good Vertigo series called Scalped, which was set in an Indian reservation, and it was a sort of a family revenge story, and it was very good throughout. And then he moved to mainstream corporate-owned characters, and the first thing he did was shit on them. So yeah, in the end, he became a one-hit wonder, and
and this bridges back to what we were talking about earlier, Apollo, and then in the chat, Jackson Roykirk was talking about the Star Trek movie that just basically said everything you've ever known in Star Trek never really happened, but they had Leonard Nimoy there to make it okay, to hold your hand so you would say, oh, it's okay, because one of the real guys from the 60s is saying it's okay. But that
even the comics
adaptation, Star Trek, what they did with Crisis on Infinite Earths, to me, that's just the beginning of it all. Star Wars, everything in the past you must forget.
That's the Star Trek reboot.
It's all cultural Marxism.
It doesn't hold any ground. Even the comics adaptations that they're doing now, they've gone back to the original cast's look.
Hey, Basil.
Hey,
what's happening, guys? Keep on chatting. I'm listening.
Have you been watching the whole time?
No, I just got back, man, from an estate sale. I'll ramble about that after you guys finish what you guys were chatting on.
Leo tried to call you last night, and she was wondering if you still have a phone. Have you gone completely off the grid?
No. Yeah, I've got a phone. I thought she got my new phone number. I didn't see anything on it. Maybe she still got my old phone number.
Yeah, she was just getting weird. Yeah, so that's why because you mentioned you wanted to get our address or something.
Yeah, I changed phone numbers about 3 months ago. What happened was, anyways, it's a long, convoluted story. But anyways, I have a new phone number.
Yeah, well, that's cool. We'll figure that out after the show. My
Sure.
my wife, I thought she was all ready to go to the restaurant. She actually isn't even ready. She was just coming down to, I don't know, throw oil on the fire or
Happy
or
birthday,
I don't
brother.
know. What's that?
I said, happy birthday, brother.
Oh yeah, thank you. So yeah, I was just wondering if I'd been an asshole last night, or if I'd handled it in a pussy way, or in the normal way that someone should handle. I just didn't want to stir up trouble. I just thought I'd better just, click out, because I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach and my feelings were hurt, and I didn't want to say anything wrong. And I stewed on it for 24 hours, during my birthday. And I thought, well, maybe I'm going to watch and see what I said the week before that was so disturbing. And then I want to just watch it publicly. And I don't know. Some people think I'm a jerk, or because I have too thin a skin. I don't know. I just don't like. I don't know if you've been watching the show or not. It's fine. We can't. Anyway, you find anything
I
at the
didn't.
garage sale?
I was unaware, so I'll
it's
catch
just
up
like,
on it.
yeah. Just watch if you watch the show from the beginning, it tells you the whole story. Anyway, so what you find at the garage sale?
Oh, geez, dude, it's been just stupid, man. I mean, I've had the just the normal luck for me is just your average ho hum. It's I find some good stuff and enough to keep the bills paid. But I've always been like super, like when lightning strikes, man, it's like over the freaking top good. And like the last week has just like been over the top crazy good.
Really?
Like for instance, oh yeah. For instance, I don't know if you can see that.
Well,
That's a $2,000. That's a $2,000 45.
Hold on, let me give you the full screen. Is it possible to turn your phone sideways so we get a widescreen movie view?
I don't know. Maybe. Hold on. Here, and let me get some better light on it too.
Because what you got is like the TikTok view that little kids like.
Yeah, I know, dude. I'm retarded when it comes.
That's all right. What's the record?
It's the autographs on Joker Records, and the songs are "Love's Gonna Do You In" and "On a Hot Summer Day," which are really killer songs. And then I've been offered $500 cash for it already. I think I'm going to take it, so that way I don't got to deal off.
Is it is that a record? I'm sure it's on YouTube where we could listen to it.
Oh yeah, it's on YouTube. You could look it up. Just type in the autograph.
Is it 60s garage rock? What kind of music is it?
No, it's Northern Soul. It's real sweet soul.
Northern Soul.
Yeah, real sweet soul. And then that was my first one. And then here's one. We're pulpers, so let's see. Let me see if I can get it in the light. See
you again.
Let's see here. I'm using my.
Is that a Nazi newspaper?
No, it's a super rare called A Soldier's Deed, written in 1940. I can't remember the guy's name, but if I told you the author, you would recognize him because he did. I'll do it on another episode. But that book right there is worth in between $300 and $600. I've been offered $300 for it already. Bought it for $1.
Is it written by a German right before World War II, or is that German?
No, it was during World War II. It was during World War II. The explanation of the book is real simple. It's the Western campaign after they paid off all the Poles and the Frenchies, and then they made themselves look like Superman by doing crank and running through France and Poland, with lightning warfare, which is all. Don't get me wrong, dude. The German soldiers were pretty crack soldiers back then, but there's so much more to it. There was a lot of payola going on.
So
Hitler had bought off. Go ahead.
That comes from a garage sale.
Yeah, it was at a garage sale. Here I got these. Yeah, guy was a guy was an airborne officer, just like your daddy was, except he was in the 101st Airborne.
So was this a souvenir brought back by a soldier from World War II? They brought back a German book they found. I mean, how did?
He was in the 100.
How did that?
He came home with it. He came home with it. Yeah, he brought it home. Lord knows whatever else was there. I mean, I turned another buddy of mine on whose daddy wore bucks, and he bought like a sword and a uniform. He spent like $600, and I went in there and spent $30, and my $30 is going to translate to like $1,200. But anyways, I got these. I'm going to mail these to you. These are cool. 1944.
Let me see.
1944. They're from the newspaper. It's Jane Arden.
Cool.
I got these today, but I was like, I got them for you. I was just like, Gratu will dig that. And then I got this one. This one's a double pager.
I'm just
this
waiting
stuff looks
to see
so
an Alex
cool.
Raymond page.
This stuff is so cool when it's framed, Gratu.
Right.
I mean,
What's
it really
the year
is.
on it?
1944.
Okay.
Here, look at this page. Like maybe I would put this in a double frame and fold this back. Look, it's called Strange as It Seems. Got the cool looking chick and a miner.
Is that Gabby
Chick in a
Hayes?
cauldron.
No.
That's a Believe It or Not imitation, obviously, that no one remembers.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
cool.
Yeah, 1944.
Yeah,
but I was going to drop those.
Nancy was no
Go
longer
ahead.
Fritzy Ritz by that point.
Yeah.
That is cool.
And I picked up a complete stamp album. Just, it was shit, dude. And I spent like $25. And my buddy spent like $400. I mean, don't get me wrong. Or no, $500. Don't get me wrong. The stuff that he got was like, super uber stuff. But if you're going for, for the more bang for your dollar, I definitely beat him.
I never really get out on Saturday mornings looking for garage sales, but I think here in this part of the country they have more auctions than they do as garage sales or estate sales. Everything seems to be auctioned. But tomorrow,
and those were killer.
Tomorrow there's a cool sale. Right next to me, there's a museum, the old train depot. The railroad doesn't come through anymore. The tracks are gone, but there's a museum of the town's history there. And tomorrow they're going to have a rummage sale there where he gets rid of stuff that's been donated to the museum that he doesn't need for the museum or doesn't have room for it. So I wind up getting all kinds of cool stuff like this just happens to be here. Like last year, I got some of these train cars and stuff for like nothing.
Yeah, it's cool.
And a lot of cool stuff will show up. Last two times I went in and bought up almost everything they had for, I only spent about $25 because everything was like $1, and they just had so much cool stuff. And
very, very old. I grew up around antique dealers and book dealers and all that stuff all my life, and their bit of knowledge to me, after working since I was like 13 years old with antique dealers, was that I remember them all telling me, if you buy it cheap, if you pay more than $5 up for it, and you got to, this is their time period money, but if you pay more than $5 for it, chances are it's, going to be hard to sell and it's not going to be worth money. Unless it's like just Uber stuff, but if it's just little nickel and dime stuff and paper and all that stuff, don't pay no more than like $1 or $2 for it, and then you'll be pleasantly surprised when you sell it and you get 300 or you get 500 or you get $50 or whatever. That was their little bit of knowledge to me. So that's the way I've bought. And, I'm 54 years old. I'll be 54 next month. And I've always bought that way. That's the way I buy. I'm not going to pay anybody. I'm not going to walk up and pay $200 for something. It may be worth it all day long. I'll look at them and I'll say, how much you want for it? 200. I'll be like, yeah, that's a fair price, but not for me. I'm going to go buy the $9 or the $3 item and try to make $75 out of $3. I mean, that's just how I buy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So Eric, what do you think you're going to talk about for the 5 comics of the week?
I have no idea, considering I didn't read any. Although I felt like I've read the.
Don't you just go by the covers? Don't you just look at the covers? I'm trying to remember. I looked at Gotham City Comics video of the books that came out this week. I don't really remember anything.
There's a handful of books each month that I still get. Almost all indie, or the 2 Marvel books that are set in the past, the Paul Levitt's Avengers book and the Peter David Joe Fixit.
Okay, so the Avengers book looks interesting to me. The Joe Fixit book, I don't know much about that character, like I was telling you that the other week. Yeah, because I just wasn't reading the book then.
It's a lot of fun. The last issue was the most fun I've had reading a new comic in years. I mean, a lot of them used to be fun, but they've kind of lost sight of that because most of the writers aren't talented enough to write anything fun.
Yeah. Gotham City Comics sent me an extra comic, along with what I got, and I thought, wow, this is incredible. And I realized it was from the early 1990s. It was, and then I realized, this is one of those Valiant comics, but it looked so much like a real Gold Key comic. It was Magnus meets Nexus, and boy, was it nice. Steve Rude, I wish he would, whatever he's doing, I wish he could sort it out and come back, because he could. Is there a new All Red comic out?
I think he's actually done some art, I think, for a Mark Russell book at DC, and Mark Russell is. I thought
I saw coming out today was Excellent #3. Is he still doing that?
Looks like it.
Because he brought that started again about a year ago. How are they only on issue 3?
Michael Red's not very fast.
But I thought I bought 2 copies of it before I left Texas, and I've been here a year. And then I was watching this video. This girl was showing all the new comics laid out for today, and it was Excellent #3. And it's like, man.
I didn't think it had been that long.
Yeah, I don't know, unless they restarted it, because don't they restart the numbering every couple?
Yeah.
They might have. I didn't notice. When you don't notice if they're in volume 16 or 17 of a certain title.
Yeah.
I got Captain Marvel #1. Which one?
See if I may have already shown that book on an episode, because I did like 3 episodes like in a day or 2, and I don't even remember what I showed.
Yeah, you went batshit crazy there for a minute.
Yeah, and wound up no one watched very few people watched the shows because they didn't have time to, because they were like,
yeah,
or may not even know it's there. I got this King Comics Phantom. Where does King fall.
That's cool.
There. Did Dell do the Phantom?
Let's see.
Kind of the king. The
I
king
mean, I
was
know that Gold Key did it. I thought that maybe Dell did
Yeah,
it.
I think we went Gold Key, King, then Charlton.
Yeah, because Charlton kept the
Numbering.
the king numbering.
And King is just the characters that King Features owned.
Yeah.
And so I guess I haven't seen many King comics.
That's because there's not that many.
That's why. Okay.
Hey, see ya, graphic.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, well, I know he froze up and then he was gone. Hopefully
Maybe
jumped
he's
back
like
in.
me last night. Let's see. John Goris says Dylan Mulvaney should have a comic book. That'd be fun. Yeah, I'm surprised that they don't make him an Avenger or something.
Yeah.
Man, there was a comic shown last night. Who showed that? It was like issue number 2 of a romance comic, and it had a go-go girl on it. Was it called My Love? Was that silver box, bronze, and silver, or whatever?
Oh, he showed something. It wasn't My Love. It was older than that.
It was a Marvel book, wasn't it?
Oh, I thought I saw everything he showed. I don't remember seeing a Marvel book, but
it had a girl. I think it had a go-go girl. I don't know if she was in a cage or not.
Oh, well, I must have turned my head for a second.
I must have it pulled.
That hurts my heart that I missed that.
Well, hold on. I must have it pulled. I looked that up. MyComicShop.com doesn't have it. And I think I looked it up on eBay. Maybe that page is still open and I can find it. This morning I put together a 7th episode of this show. Here it is. I found it. It's My Love number 2.
I Do My Own Thing?
Someone's auctioning it on eBay for opening bid is $19.99. But it's this. Do you remember him showing this with the purple cover?
I didn't know I don't remember him showing that last night.
Somebody showed it last night. I'm thinking it was during silver. What is it? Black box, silver and bronze. Is that how? Some of the names are so hard to remember. Like Silver Hair, Bronze Age Babe. It took me forever to learn her name. And then I learned it. Then she pretty much went into retirement by the time I remembered how to say her handle.
Well, whoever showed that, you guys will be happy to know that in the story, that Trollop keeps trading up boyfriends thinking she can do better.
Oh, Graphic Man's back, and I didn't realize it. The Trollop keeps trading up.
Yeah, and the last one, she throws over a real nice guy for this other guy, and then the guy tells her that he's married and that he's closing the club. So she lost her man and she lost her job. So she got her comeuppance at the end of that story.
So you obviously have that book.
Maybe. I think I've got they reprinted it in Our Love Story later on. So I think I have that too.
Oh, okay. So you've told us this before, but your romance collection, is it pretty much all from the same original owner?
The vast majority of it is. I bought the store's stock because we didn't have room for everything, and I kind of wanted them, and they literally were collecting dust. So, now we've moved some stuff around that we have room for them, but I ain't giving them back.
I want to see his layout in his new place. Oh my gosh.
Just tons of guns and Americana and
you got a record
signed records and yeah, dude, it's craziness in here.
No, it's great. It's like a lot of teenagers' dreams. What's the poster behind you there?
That's the Templars poster, the show that we played, the one that was made by Frank Kozak. That's a
Oh, right.
yeah. I got that hanging up, and oh, dude, I've just gotten started in this room. Go ahead, Breen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I
I'm
just meant to
sorry.
put some
No, I think I was,
ambiance into it.
Yeah, and now if I see them at shows or if any stores have them, I'll get. If they're not overpriced, I will add to it whenever I can. Because I get a kick out of them. I mean, they're pretty much like the same three stories, but
Yeah, but it's just the art is so wonderful.
it's people don't realize, and I've said this before, like with
Fantastic.
DC, the superhero audience they went after were little kids. Little kids didn't need sophisticated art.
Right.
So the better artists were working on the romance, the science fiction, the war comics that they were doing at the time.
I picture a girl to have amassed that many romance comics. Do you think she was kind of homely, the girl that originally owner of your comic?
It wasn't one. It wasn't one collection that the store had.
Oh,
it was, the guy, the store where I work now, the guy that owned it for years was great. I mean, if he hadn't been great at what he did, we wouldn't have this. The store wouldn't have lasted to this day. But back then, I mean, he was in business since the late 70s, and a lot of that stuff had been sitting there forever.
right.
Because the audience for certain comics just dwindles down to a precious few. So they're just ones that had been accumulating over the years, added a bit here, a bit there.
I think most comic book store owners just would have never bought them to begin with.
Oh, not this guy. There was nothing he wouldn't. I mean,
I was holding this up because to me it just seems so odd to ever see a front-on view of Dick Tracy. You almost always see him from the side,
Right.
and you know how his nose is shaped.
Yeah.
And then when you see it from the front, you realize how thin it's ridiculously thin, like it's an insanely thin nose job he had. It just seems like he's never seen front on. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
but it's just like you have. It's rare to go into a store and find a good selection of war westerns too now, because they were collected by different people than collected superhero books by and large. Or I should say read by. Back in those days when you didn't necessarily collect, you just read. There was kind of like a line of demarcation. There was the superheroes, there's people that read war, then you had the girls reading, Archie and romance. Although I never understood why Archie's considered a girls' comic, considering how mean-spirited the old ones were.
I think the way I saw it with my older brothers is they were more divided on company line. They read Superman and Justice League and a lot of war comics, but it was all DC.
Yeah.
And they did not like the Marvel comics. And oh, there you go. But his nose doesn't look like a ridiculously razor blade thin line there. He's always seen from a 3/4 view, but that particular view where it's just like his nose is a credit card in that picture, which is what's kind of funny. If Warren Beatty had a sense of humor, he would have just, whenever he turned, all of a sudden his nose would just be a line.
It was only over here in the 80s, we sort of had a division, but it was between people who wanted to read European comics, because those people would read American comics if they came from newspaper strips. So they liked Mandrake, they liked Prince Valiant, but they didn't like Superman, and they didn't like Disney either. But we who like superheroes, we all started with Disney.
Well, Basil, in case you haven't, I don't know if you guys remember, he's the guy that sent me a little poster telling the news dealers what comic books to remove off the racks for that particular month.
Oh, yeah.
And they were all the very early full-page comics that are worth $500,000 or $1 million now. and they're telling you, okay, it's time for you to get this comic and shred it or send it back to us, whatever. And so he has several of those that he found in the remains of an old drugstore.
Yeah, I just sold one to one of your buddies. I sold one for $50 to a guy in Tennessee. Who's the guy from Tennessee that you guys hang out with on here?
Is it Jambo?
I'm pretty sure.
No, it must be the guy from last night. His name is Joe.
Yeah, I think it was him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put one up. The only one that I have left now, I have one of the books, with the order form for Batman inside of here.
Comics 27 on it for $50.
No. I sold that for $500 to I think Spinner Rack. I think Spinner Rack bought that.
So the 4-color fossils have been shopping with you. I didn't realize.
Yeah,
that.
well, they don't say who they are, but I've watched where they go, and I remember where people are from when I watch your channel. And that particular piece went to where Spinner Rack's from, so I'm guessing it was Spinner Rack.
There's other people in Colorado, but yeah, that could very well be. Let's see, Snuffles McGraw.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't Spinner Rack. I don't know, but they were more than happy. And they
just found out you were on. Just want to wish you a very happy 58th birthday. Boy, that sounds bad. 58th. Been watching your shows for quite a while here in California. All very enjoyable. My best to you on your birthday, and always.
Snuffles has got a great Instagram channel. I recommend you guys go and check him out.
Let me see if I'm subscribed. I must be.
I gotta take off. I gotta return a call and get ready for my top 5 stream. So again, happy birthday, and guys, good to see you.
What channel are you going to be on?
Geeky Puppet Show.
Geeky Puppet Show.
It's more fun massacring comics, but you take what you can get.
Yeah.
So I'll see you guys later.
All right,
good seeing you, Brandon.
Let me look up Snuffles McGraw.
And Gra too, before you get off here and go eat with your wife, I've been wanting to talk to you about sending a jump drive and seeing if you can't put 2 of my Graphic Man videos on a DVD for that guy that I went through his house recently with all the monster and horror stuff. He doesn't have the internet, but he's got DVDs, and he asked if I could have a copy. And all my computers at work or here have been upgraded to where I no longer have DVD burners. I no longer have the software. And
right.
So,
I'm already subscribed to Snuffles McGraw. Okay, so you want?
Yeah, I thought
I see what you're saying. You does he want the complete footage or what you edited down for your show?
For my show, and it would be the same thing.
Okay, so here's how I would do it, because this laptop that I'm on right now is my only computer, and for some stupid reason they don't have a CD DVD drive in it. So I will need to buy more equipment to burn DVDs. The way I'm burning the show that I'm making, and I'm making copies for people, like 7 people ordered it. One person ordered 3 episodes, another person ordered 3 episodes, and another person ordered 1 episode. So that means I had to record for 14 hours because I'm not burning at a high speed like you would with a computer. I'm hooking up a DVD player into a DVD recorder, and I'm recording the same way we did when you recorded a VHS to VHS. So it takes me 2 hours, and my TV's occupied, and I'm watching all this cool stuff. I don't really mind, but that means, if I have to make 6 episodes, it takes 12 hours, half a day. So I don't have the ability to download it. And then what you saying, the episode is on the flash drive?
Right. I figured there's 2 episodes.
Yeah.
They're less than an hour each. I would send you the DVD as well to burn.
Right. I can't get it from the computer to my DVD recorder, which is a standalone, it's like a VCR. But I can record the episode you put on the air off of YouTube onto the DVD.
All right, I could tell you which ones.
Okay,
it's his and one of my old ones. So to round out his DVD, and then he's never seen it, so
So I could send you the link. No, you could send me the link for both episodes, and I could do that. And you know what? And as I recall, the show was about 20-30 minutes.
45, and then there's one of me in the old days. Well, when I've drawn something, I wanted him to see it. So, and that's about 30-40 minutes. So both of them would fit on one DVD, one standard DVD. So
okay, so he's been able to see it on YouTube. He just wants to have it.
Nope, he has it, but
is he not really technologically?
He knows what we are and what I do, but he doesn't have the internet. He doesn't have a phone that does that or anything like that. He lives in a world of DVDs and movies and
he's off grid, brother.
He's happy that way. But
I'll tell you, there's something he needs to see. Maybe I could make 2 DVDs and send you both of them. But he definitely needs to see. Well, he would probably like to see the videos you did of. Oh, I'm drawing a blank. The guy from what was he? He was from Virginia. He used to come on a lot, and then he said he was doing doing poker on Wednesday nights. The monster guy. What's his that brought his channel back? What's his name? He used to go on Horror Mike a lot with the collection. All the monster toys that used to be on your show.
I think Graphic Man froze up.
Oh, okay. That's why he's not answering me. What was that guy's name? He'll come back.
Yeah.
I want to show you. I'll share the page here. He'll come back. Do you guys remember the name of the monster collector?
No, I remember. I remember him, but
he made his own Mark's play sets.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
Meyer would remember it.
Yeah, Meyer would.
Okay, here's Graphic Man.
I don't know if you came up with the idea, but it's Michael Dodd who you're thinking of.
Michael Dodd, and and you already put it in the Michael Dodd. It's just like getting old. I couldn't remember his name, but
I've crashed twice when you're asking me a question that I know the answer. The first one was the Phantom. I don't know if Paulo did a good job answering because I couldn't hear it, but he started off with Harvey, then he went to Gold Key, then Charlton, and then King, and blah blah.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
this guy Tesco V.
And he was at Harvey.
That
when you're on the road, you'll be glad you chose T-Mobile, covering miles with 5G than anyone. When you're stuck, help will be there soon. They also chose as a wireless partner. See why the company you trust choose
Barbecue your brain.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP.
I hate
so we're making sure your business.
Anyway, this collection here is really probably the best I've ever seen.
The execution.
I was in the middle of watching it. This guy Tesco V is a musician.
Yeah,
and
I know who he is.
We've helped millions of creators YouTube channels. TubeBuddy is a platform that helps you save time, get more views.
Anyway, he's one of the major monster toy collector guys.
Okay, so we're here with Tesco V, and
I don't know how old he is. He can't be much older than I am. I don't think he could. He was a punk rock guy.
Can't go wrong with Satan.
How old do you think he is, Basil?
Don't forget.
He's probably in his early 60s.
Let's pick this guy up, the devilish man. I'm rather fun.
Oh, I don't you look way better than him, Rocky. Don't even sweat that.
Did you ever meet him?
That is so funny.
What band was he? He's in the. Do you remember what band he was in?
The Meat Men.
Yeah, I've seen him. I never met him. I've seen them twice though. in
They can
small
reproduce
places.
models and
So
stuff,
I
but
probably drank
the
at the
original
same
ones
bar
are
with them.
Well, he would put on the back of his
at the
albums
old
that
vault.
he's looking for monster toys.
When
But
Hmm
I've never seen so much of this stuff in one place.
I mean,
He's
somewhere
got
in that
everything,
Yeah,
ground where
and
we're
it's
both
usually in the
I know. I
original
went there.
packages.
you know, it'd be real
Yeah,
easy to rip them
I
off,
went
but
there after you told me to go there. You know, in one of your videos, you said, "Hey,
I
go check
know.
this guy out," and I was like, "Oh, dude, I know
Right.
that guy from
Fly,
somewhere."
Marty
But
Robbins.
my jaw just dropped. This dude's a lunatic as
These
far
are
as
all really good
collection
robots.
of toys, man. I mean, he's just wild.
Well, to show you what I mean, he used to have a show on MTV, and you'll see, I guess we all age, but it's like you go back, and he used to do this show called Way USA, when this was, but let's see,
That's the Gil Kane alarm.
The late night.
let's see.
Ivan Commonwealth.
That's him there.
Staple diet of a stout race who laugh at zoning laws.
Anyway,
We're combating vegetarian.
and he's just it was like a Mondo series.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
I do have the TikTok look. It's because I'm using my tired old. The only way I can get on your channel and get in, like the phone that I have, is all screwed up. I don't know why. It's not screwed up. It just won't reach the internet. But if I put my phone on whatever, where it blasts and other devices can pick it up, then I can get on your show. So I'm using like this really old, tired tablet that I have.
Well, that's a good tip. Missing Mars. My wife can maybe help me get one of those. Then I could do that. She's saying good tip. And then she's not just saying this. That's the name of a song that guy, the toy collector, is one of his famous songs. I'm not going to say it out loud. Don't just think my wife is typing that randomly. It's the name of a record.
Yeah.
Gratu, what make and model of your laptop? It is an Acer, ACER, Aspire R7, which it's at least, I bought it when I first met my wife, and we've been together 10 years. So it's getting old, but it had a whole lot of memory. It was like 5 million troglodytes or something. And
good.
But then one of the reasons I was so pissed getting on Four Color Fossils week before last is because this thing wouldn't let me on. It was spinning at the, you put in your name, and then it just spun around for an hour. And then I finally got on, and I was all keyed up. Man, we got his laptop back in 2014, and it had I call it a terrible byte. A terabyte of memory. I guess that's a lot. I don't know. I wish I could remember what. I don't know. Sounds like I need one as well.
64K used to be enough for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just like I save constant. I've saved so many pictures on my phone. Now I can only do a show about an hour and 17 minutes. I used to be able to record a show for like 3 hours and put it up, but now I'm gradually running out of space, and so I'll delete the Facebook app and record a show, and then put the show up on YouTube. Then I'll reinstall the Facebook app, thinking it'll save. Maybe I can get a few extra minutes on my show. Unless I do these live streams, I can go on forever on these stupid things. This is some PS art books kind of thing that just came out. Don't miss out, limited edition. I guess this is a promo sent to comic stores. That's why it says order today. They're trying to give you a sense of their printing quality at PS art books. And I really think that's great that they reprint the ads and everything. That's holy smoke. You don't see ads like this anymore. Let me give myself full screen. Beads contain water from the miraculous fountain at Lourdes. You're getting holy water.
That's very
sold
Catholic.
to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
And look what's on the page in front of it. So the kid that's reading this, of course, wants to get holy water, maybe to protect himself from from all the creatures they're reading about in the rest of the comic book. It's insane. And yeah, it's wonderful. That's why the ads are so important, because you see the kids were picked on that read the comic clearly. And it's like you get a whole sociological picture of what the kids were like and what the publishers were like at this time. And you need the ads to give you that full perspective, I think.
But Grotto,
Werewolf of the Alps, and then here's this is the muscular guy you can become to beat up the bullies.
You can become a werewolf. But Grotto, what about literary appreciation? I said that the other day when you showed the Musketeers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although the history of advertising is interesting in itself. But even I am nowhere near into it as I should be.
I mean, you talk about all the criminals. I mean, all the politicians being criminals. I mean, the publishers weren't. These publishers were. They were gonna put in as much as they could get away with, as they'd be allowed to, and they kept pushing the boundaries. And that's just the way things always are. You know, it's like Hollywood kept pushing the boundaries with nudity and things until the rating system came. And they were really pushing the boundaries until 1933 when the Hayes Code came in. And then they had to go back and censor the movies that had just come out, like King Kong had chunks taken out of it that weren't added back in until the early 70s because it was made before the code. You know about that, Paulo?
Yeah, I remember. I know about the Hayes Code. I didn't know.
But I mean, you know about the King Kong stuff that was cut out.
I didn't.
Oh well,
fact,
he's like he's got this exotic thing in his hand. It's like, what is this? And he's like, what? It's got clothes. It starts peeling the clothes off of her like a banana until she's basically in a negligee, and then he takes her clothes and he's sniffing them. And they cut that part out. They cut out when he takes one of the natives and they have a giant mock-up, a life-size mock-up of Kong's head, and they've got a real guy in his mouth and he's biting down into him, and then he's crushing another one with this massive mock-up of King Kong's foot, mushing him into the mud face first. It's there's another part when he's climbing the building looking for Fay Ray. He grabs a girl from a room thinking it's her, and he sniffs her, and because he has the memory of the sniffing from the other scene they cut, and this scene they cut too. He sniffs her and realizes it's not her. He just drops her, and you see her falling to her death.
I've seen that clip. Yep,
all that stuff
I've
has
seen
been
that
added back
now,
in
what
now
movie?
in the prints you see today.
What building was that he was climbing? Oh wait, go ahead.
Well, I don't think that was the Empire State Building that at that point. I think she was in a
World Trade
hotel
Center.
No, that's 1973.
No, we're talking about the 1933 movie.
Right.
Okay.
He's trying to find Fay Ray. He finds her, whatever building that was. It was near an elevated train. And then he starts climbing the Empire State Building because that was a new building then. And that was the tallest building in the world. In that new King Kong that I don't really even accept, although it had great John Barry music, that was the World Trade Center. Yeah, that was But you know, the World Trade Center is so ugly compared to the Empire State Building, and it's like all the architecture they make now is ugly, and all the old architecture is beautiful for the most part. And someone was saying that's it's a political movement. That's all part of this Marxist stuff. They make everything bland and ugly, and so you see there was a McDonald's a Kentucky Fried Chicken and a Jack in the Box on 3 corners of an intersection back where I used to live, and they all just look like boxes. They look like prisons. Those restaurants used to have all these distinctive flourishes and neon signs. All that's gone. Everything just looks like boxes, and it's apparently. And Trump gave one of the things he was talking about recently is he wants to make beautiful cities, like starting cities from scratch. And people are saying this sounds kind of Hitlerian. And it did actually, because Hitler did, that was some of the stuff he did before he got into the horrible stuff he did. He was actually planning to rebuild cities and make things. Some people thought it was cheesy that he was making things look like ancient Rome, but he wasn't, and that's what Trump's talking about, is like, we need beautiful architecture again. Why does everything look like a box? And I totally agree with that. One of the things I think was so beautiful when I was a kid were those Holiday Inn signs, and they're all gone. Everything new seems to be bland. I wonder why it's taking her so long to get ready.
I just communicated with her in the chat. I think she.
Oh, she's talking here, and I'm not even looking at the chat. You're so good at this, graphic man. I don't pay attention. Let's see. She says, "Okay, I wish you
down.
Culty, just let us know when you're ready to eat, and we will leave." Yeah, I think she'll come down. I was going to let him go as long as he can. He should probably cut out. No, Cleo, come on down. And
that was 5 minutes.
I think they're all bored anyway. They're just looking for a way to get out. They feel like they're trapped.
No.
There's private chat.
I love these ones.
Man. Oh, that was me letting you know I'm back. So.
Oh, okay. I thought someone was like, "You're a fucker."
I was hoping Paulo would see it or something and let you know.
Paulo, I want to pen pal you, dude. I want to get some stamps from you, bro.
Oh, I don't even know where to get stamps anymore.
Really?
I never collected stamps, but my dad has a nice coin collection because he used to be in the Navy, in the Merchant Navy, and he has a bunch of coins from Arab countries that in the 80s they were hard to get in Europe, but he never intended to sell them. He just accumulates them. He has two or three books all with coins, and he still gets some every once in a while.
I want to get one from. I'd like to get one from all the people on the channel. I'd like to pen pal them and at least get a letter just saying hello or a postcard or whatever. I want to put it into my. I want to put because I collect. I'm one of those people that's not too well liked by Gratu. I play Dungeons and Dragons and I collect stamps and.
I don't mind stamps.
I'm just kidding.
It's just what happened to me when I was a kid is all my friends got into Dungeons and Dragons, and then it's like I never saw them because they were all. That's all they talked about.
Yeah.
Was all this hit points and all this stuff, and it's like to me, I resent it because it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. They all just started talking about something I couldn't relate to it, and I felt like it would be.
It was my time period. I'm 4 or 5 years younger than you, so I came of age right in that when it popped. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just and it started taking up all the space in the comic stores. I guess.
That sucks. I agreed. I didn't like that. I always thought that a Dungeon and Dragons dealer should just be we in Fresno, we had a dealer that just dealt Dungeons and Dragons. He didn't deal comic books, right? So we all went there. But I used to kind of resent it when I would go to a comic book shop and see the D&D shit there. I was like, dude, what's that? Why is that here? You know what I mean? I didn't like it either.
Were just like skeevy Bill Gates looking people,
Oh, totally, bro.
It's like, I don't want to be around this person. Maybe my friend joins in with some D&D group, and it's like all the other people around all are these Bill Gates people that have been picked on. All they want to do is grow up and invent a virus and kill half the population.
That wasn't my crew,
That's
though.
what they're like.
Yeah, they hated the D&D crew I was in. We were all a bunch of ruffian miscreants. You know, we were like that. We would the 6 or 7 guys and 3 girls that we played with. We were like total outcasts, man. But we were outcasts musician wise, punk rock wise, all that stuff. We weren't like just nerd outcasted. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
it sounds like you were a different group. There weren't many girls that played Dungeons and Dragons. There were a few.
There was. They were cool with us.
I can almost picture they would always be every Friday or Saturday at the Rocky Horror Picture Show. They were at least a little bit overweight. They had glasses. They spoke in a very librarian intellectual way. They probably wrote fan fiction about Spock and Kirk, and I mean they were that librarian type.
Not us. We had smoking hot babes, dude, because we played in a band.
Well, see,
so it was just like
it was a different different crowd there.
We were. We used to raise hell, man. They used to get mad at us. They'd get mad. We'd go to the convention. I went to the convention twice at Selland Arena, and me and my friend Victor and Scott and Sandy and Michelle Petrie, who are smoking hot chicks, we got kicked out of there because we'd go in there and we'd get tipsy before we go in. You know, we were only like 16 or 17, 15, 16 years old. We were already drinking and being obnoxious. And we get in there. We got thrown out of one of the conventions because we were they said your girlfriends are too distracting, because they would go in there purposely wearing like low cut stuff.
Oh,
It was fun.
Yeah, my friend Tom, I'd go to conventions with him, and he would know a lot of the dealers. Like there was a big movie poster dealer in Texas named Ed Neal, and the big movie poster people, they call it paper. They don't call it movie posters. They collect paper. They have their own terminology, you know. And this guy was this big movie poster collector out of Austin. He was the hitchhiker in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You know, the guy with that's like, hey, we make head cheese, and he cuts his hand. You know, the crazy guy in the green shirt looks like a demented Shaggy. But he was, and we went out to eat dinner with him, and of course Tom was pumping him for information about the Vietnam War because he was a Vietnam veteran. He says, "Tom, I don't want to talk about it." But Tom didn't get that sometimes the veterans that like to talk about the war are the ones that didn't see any action. The ones that really saw the action is like, nah, I'd rather not talk about that. But anyway, he bought the grandmother from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre from him because he had kept that prop, the chair with the dead grandmother in it. So he bought that from him. And he knew these people. It was wild because we went to some monster convention. And a lot of times I go to these conventions and I would get so depressed because I look forward. It's a comic book convention. And I go there and I don't want to wait in line to get signatures. The people around me smell, and I can see their ass cracks. It's horrible when they're bending over to look at their comic. It's like, it's so horrible. And it's like, hey, am I one of these people? I guess I am. And I'm just so depressed. I just want to get my comics and go. So I always say I make a surgical strike. I go to the dealer room. I get everything I can. I get the heck out because I'm realizing I'm one of them. But then they started having these horror movie conventions. And I figure finally I'm going to be there with my people. And I go there and they're just people into Pinhead and all these slasher movies. And they've got, they're covered in tattoos. There's nothing wrong with that. But they were they weren't people into the old, for the most part, into the old Universal horror movies and famous monsters. They were more into Friday the 13th and that. But anyway, the price to get in was like $40 when Tom and I went. And he says, here, he says, just walk in, just act like you know what you're doing, just walk in. And I said, I can't do that, Tom, because it's like Goofus and Gallant. He says, it's okay, we can just walk in. What can happen? And it's like, I follow the rules. It's like, well, then you're gonna pay $40. He says, here, watch what I do. He walks right in, and Tom Savini's there signing, and he knew Tom Savini from working on some movie and from just being in Hollywood. And he says, hey, would you tell them that me and my friend out here are your assistants? He says, oh yeah, okay, no problem. And we got whisked right in. And it's like he just knew how to magically do this stuff. And I remember we went to see the Terminator, the first Terminator movie in 1984. And I paid my way in. And it's like, where's Tom and my friend Steve? And all of a sudden they come in through the exit right by the screen in front of the whole crowd. And they say, sorry, guys, we're poor college students. they just walk in, complete anarchy. And it's like, shit, I just paid for a ticket. It's like, I don't know. He was a little more amoral. I just thought I need to do things right. And then you get to be older, you realize you follow the rules all your life. And it's like, well, I guess it's good to follow the rules, but I worried so much about tests when I was in school and overstudied. And now I realize, why did it even matter? I studied so hard, I got 100 or a 98 on that test. What does it even matter that I made that grade in 1980 on some test? How does it affect my life now? Not one bit. And all that worry and heartache and stress that I went through means nothing. Ultimately, it doesn't, it's just like, maybe if there's reincarnation, I'll remember this lesson. In my next life, I'll take it a little easier and just not worry so much about studying, because it doesn't matter. And the smartest people I know never graduated high school. They learned on their own. They read books, and the stupidest people I've met are college educated like me that believe the shit their professors tell them, which is all bullshit for the most part.
Yeah, to a certain degree, you're right. I mean, I'm a product of the same thing. My brother was a total system guy, and I'm like, and my sister was kind of pretty much a system girl. And I was just like, I don't know, man. I mean, I seen my reality, and I seen through the bullshit by like 10th grade. And I think I said it on your channel before when we were talking. I had a counselor walk up to me. I had missed a bunch of school or whatever, some days of school. Anyways, long story short, he just said, hey, I need a paycheck. You need to show up to school. That's what he told me. I need a paycheck, and I get paid for you to show up to school. So you need to show up to school. And right then and there, I just went, okay, bro. That was just like the icing on the cake for me. It's like, oh, I'm just a paycheck. You aren't here trying to educate. I had a few good teachers, and I'm really, really happy. I had a really good math teacher and a couple of really good math teachers and a couple of really good English teachers / English history teachers. And I'm glad I had them. You know what I mean? But pretty much, I think the schooling for me had it started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and went until 10 o'clock at night. I would have been a straight A student. Starting at 7:30 in the morning just wasn't going to cut it for me.
One second. Yeah, what's up? Yeah. What? Oh, okay. Want me to bring you some food?
How about Paulo? Did you go to college, Paulo?
Yeah.
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 Oh, okay.
I graduated in communication, which is very useful.
Yeah, it looks like
absolutely.
My wife's not feeling good enough to go to the restaurant, so I need to go over there and pick up food and bring it back, which will actually save me a tip. Because I just realized, in order that restaurant doesn't take, they only take cash for a tip. They won't. So that means I would have to go get cash from the supermarket and then go there. But if I just go and get the food and bring it back here, then I won't have to pay a tip just to pick it up. So that'll save us a little money. But unfortunately, I'm just calling to see what's going on. She says I have bad news.
What's the matter with Cleo? What's the matter with her? She's just not feeling good?
Yeah, she said she's not feeling good. I mean, you could call later and we can chat. I just don't know what's
okay.
All I know is what I'm getting in the chat, and looks like I'm competing with marijuana stuff because of my birthday falling in 420. He says I'm off to watch Weed Wolf. That's probably more entertaining. Let's see. Hey, Gratu, are those TVs behind you still in working order? That one isn't. That one is not. The one behind me will. Last time I checked, it played fine. I hooked a VCR up to it, and that one came from a smoker's house. It took a long time to get all the smoke off of it. But and the Philco Predicta, which I don't think you can see, it was working, and then now it's just one line. And my friend knows how to fix it, but he's 11 hours away. So if he comes here in sometime this summer to visit, he probably could fix it. But I hate to have someone visit. Hey, while you're here, let's fix all these things. My friend Gerald that visited every week back when I lived in Texas was always fixing
have him come over for a week.
Yeah, maybe. He's his mom's not doing too well right now.
Oh, that's terrible.
And he's I'll have to see how things go. I mean, he does have family in Missouri, which is somewhat close. So he could bring his mom up and then visit me for a little bit. Or maybe I can just learn how to fix this stuff myself. But he was just always it's usually was capacitors. He says, I'll recap it, and then it magical. That's usually the thing that makes these old electronics not work, is capacitors going bad.
Yep.
It's usually not the picture tube being dead. It's recapping things.
Paulo, I can take a Vietnam era radio. Me and my buddy. Well, he showed me how to do it. I've only done it once, but he knows how to do it real good. He can take a Vietnam era vehicle radio, military vehicle radio, stretch the band to where it can be picked up by a 21st century radio. So you get an AM bleed into an FM, into the FM band. That's pretty cool, huh?
It is. It wouldn't work in Portugal because we don't have any AM radio anymore. But,
no, it's the military still has it. I guarantee you, your military still uses AM and FM band stuff. It's military, for military.
Yeah, I know that our military used to use long wave for radio signals. My dad told me because my dad fought in the Portuguese colonial war in Africa in the 19th. He was in the Navy. So he was not he was boiler room, but he knew how the radio guys worked.
Yeah, I've enjoyed talking to you guys. I guess I got to run. My wife's saying she's feeling horrible, so I got to go see what's up with her and make sure she's fed.
All right, you guys. Good seeing you.
I'll do a canned broadcast maybe tomorrow, maybe early Saturday morning before Dr. Silverage goes on.
Okay.
And, to show some comics that I was wanting to show last night. So,
all right.
Anyway, appreciate you guys talking to me.
See you guys soon.
Take care, everybody.
See ya.